Meow riddles.
Meow.
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 Meow. Alright, so here's the plan, y'all. We are going to stream until lunch, which would be around about probably 2, right?
Yep.
And then what we're going to do is that we're gonna eat. We're not gonna end the stream. We're just gonna go on BRB, and then we're gonna eat, and then
we're gonna be eating briefly,
eating very, very briefly, and then we're gonna go, until 5 o'clock our time. We're gonna end stream. We're gonna go to a menorah lighting.
Happy Hanukkah.
Happy Hanukkah. And then there's a 50-50 chance that either we will not come back and stream, or we will stream for another like hour or so after the menorah lighting.
Yes, we shall see.
We shall see
if
what
our voices are not shot.
Exactly, we'll see what our voices are like. So that's the plan. Okay. But then other than that, we'll be back on Thursday.
Back on Thursday.
All right.
Oh, there you are, Odo. What kept you, my dear fellow?
I was in trial.
Look at the two of them. Look, they're kind of cute like
they're
this.
really cute. I do
really
like
cute
that. Their little fingers up.
Herlock, so mad at you. Want to kick you in the balls, but I still love you.
You're pretty cute.
Okay.
I guess you could be pretty cute. It's like when your dog like constantly shits on the carpet and you're like, oh my god, I hate you so much. But then they come up and they put their little chin on your knee and you're like, you're too fucking cute and I hate you.
That basically is Herlock. You just described him to a T.
Right. It's gonna be the same as yesterday. Dinner in 25 minutes, sleepy time, I think at 3. Okay, that's fair.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Gina.
You sure about what you said in there? That the boss, you know, actually died the day before? It's pretty odd to swallow.
I don't know.
Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina.
I mean, our hot take is that he's not actually dead.
Yeah, he's just curled up and we didn't see any... He doesn't look dead.
Maybe he's unconscious.
He could be unconscious. Maybe he has amnesia.
Maybe he has amnesia. Maybe he took a sleeping potion. Who knows?
Uh-huh. He's poisoned. As was I. Possibly more shocked than both of you. Look at me. I get the more shocked trophy.
It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes.
Yes, it is. Clearly. When I'm involved.
But I was more shocked than all of you put together.
So it is a competition.
So it's a competition and I win.
This is the autopsy report in question, is it?
Yes, it's strange that there's no time of death noted. I suppose there's a simple explanation, or perhaps it was a deliberate omission. My theory was that the scorching on his chest was also a firecracker like the candles. See, we don't see the scorching on his chest.
Yeah, go to court record.
All we see is him curled up in a little ball. We don't get to see...
Yeah,
You don't see the gunshot wound at all.
There's nothing. There's no blood on him. There's blood under him. There's no blood on him.
Right.
He super does not look actually dead.
Right.
He's knocked out.
There's no reason...
Time of death.
Time of death, blank. Shot in the chest, yeah. So you can see
the body from behind, so that means there should be a fucking hole in the wall.
Also, there's no hole in his chest.
We can't see one.
Also, there was no hole in the wall at all.
He's bleeding through his arm, really? Like, how the fuck?
Yeah.
He's not dead. He's poisoned.
Yeah, somebody's trying to fuck up something. Like, they're trying to, like, this is trying to be like a fucking, like, I don't know. I don't know what's happening. But
the Reaper faked his death so he could take him away to, like, interrogate him or something.
I don't know.
Gregson is working with the Reaper.
I don't know.
Ugh.
It's all very confusing. I suppose there's a simple explanation for
Oh dear. If it was deliberate, it puts me in mind of the last case we worked on. And Dr. Sile.
I know. Anyway, seems that on the day before Van Zieks discovered his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, so perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it. You had trouble with those League men too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick.
No. Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth-hound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. Yes, he's so handsome.
Yep.
We're gonna see him again and we can sigh over him.
Yeah, Kazuma's so handsome.
He's so handsome.
He's so handsome. And, like, we got used to seeing him as a prosecutor so quick.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we were like, yep, he belongs here.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Across the courtroom from Neokun.
Mm-hmm.
Just being beautiful.
And finding the truth together.
Yeah.
While being gorgeous.
Yep.
God, that like
so
slight growth of his hair to have it just fall in his eyes.
I know. Oh, he's so handsome.
Thick head of hair.
Probably because y'all were hyping the stereo up so much. Yeah, fair.
We made it happen. We manifested Kazuma as a prosecutor.
We sure did. And that scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose.
But I for a dog, I don't have a very good news. The two criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? We're going to have them on the stand and deal with them, aren't we?
We sure did. We called it the first game because it's so Ace Attorney.
Mm-hmm.
It's so Miles Edgeworth chooses death.
Mm-hmm.
I mean...
You'll understand.
Yeah.
Riddles. In Mr. Sholmes' suite, I mean. That's right, Suze, and it was me what took him in. Thanks to a tip-off by a good law-abiding citizen. Indeed, yours truly. I'm a very good, very law-abiding citizen.
I'm a very good boy.
Very
Please
good.
give me a treat.
Pet me. Wag, wag, wag.
So it's gonna be that pair in the witness stand next, is it?
Yes, because you just can't get relief from wacky witnesses.
Uh-huh. Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though.
Everything.
Everything doesn't quite make sense to me. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Why would the inspector have been investigating them?
Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth-hound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. They don't pay detectives very much anymore, you know. Don't tar 'em with the same brush as you, Sholmes.
Yes, well... Then there's the whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zieks for some reason.
Mm-hmm, that is a whole issue. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zieks, the Professor, Cosmo-sama's father, Sheen. How is it all connected?
She starts putting things on the
Shall I
on the
go
board.
on? The caramel disc. The Professor watchword.
And Cosmo.
Yes, Cosmo-sama.
I feel as though he nude. I have a feeling as though he nude.
He nude.
Underneath all of those clothes, he nude.
He nude. What a deep thought.
I just can't stop thinking about it.
And you can't stop thinking about me being nude, dear Kun.
I feel as though he knew we'd arrive at this point somehow.
Oh, I knew.
Are you
I
nude,
nude.
though?
I think you're right.
Also, I love how we still mention Sheen in conspiracies, although we know she's dead.
Yep.
Yep.
But she's still alive in our hearts.
The conspiracy's still alive.
The conspiracy lives on. She shall return.
They faked the Sheen landing.
Mm-hmm. Sheen is flat.
Right. She was kinda. I'm sorry. No, that's wrong.
She actually was not.
She had some titties. Anyway, what's he really trying to achieve here today?
All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. At 2 p.m. you shall have lunchy lunch.
Lunchy lunch?
This recess will be over very shortly. You'll get all the answers you want and hopefully you won't hate me quite as much.
Yes, you're right. I will probably still hate you because you lied to me, but that's fine.
But pets? Pets?
Pets. Cosmo was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial. If anyone is flattered to DancingQueen, you right though.
Oh, the flattest.
You right though.
Doesn't get flatter than that.
He is the flattest of them all. He is about as flat as Illinois. Anyway, he was determined that I should take the defense. Everyone stands for it. Just what is he hoping to make me see, I wonder? I get a feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet.
Yeah, so do we, because we have so many loose ends to tie up here. There is so much. Also,
this is part 2 of the trial.
Yes.
And I have a feeling there's going to be another investigation, another 2-part trial.
So
at the very least.
It's going to need to be another investigation phase because we have so much to figure out. However, like, there's only so much Cosmo can push it until then, because if he goes too far, then why wouldn't Strongheart just be like, you're off? You know? So I think Cosmo has to keep playing at I'm Strongheart's prosecutor mode until they found enough evidence to really get to the bottom of it.
Are you ready then, Susato-san?
I was born ready, Naruhodo-san.
We're gonna translate that as yes.
Hi.
Oh, hello.
Gaily standing.
Oh, hello.
In court.
There's 3 gays all standing in a court.
So gay.
3 gays walk into a courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed court hearing of Barak Van Zieks, here present, who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Sogi. So many fruits. Yes.
My lord. Look at that man.
He's so handsome. Have you summoned the witnesses requested?
Yes, my lord. The 2 members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from the local prison by police carriage.
Oh god, he's so sexy.
Look at that, look at him. God, he's so pretty, and he's got 2 swords.
He's got 2 swords!
The way he stands with his hips so far forward. Ugh. Ugh, Cosmo.
This is why we could tell him from his, it was him through his posture. Very good.
Ugh.
Bailiff ushered the 2 men into the courtroom.
We're really calling the other one a man. Like, he looked like he was 5. Oh, dear God.
I remember I had a very obnoxious voice for this guy. So I'm gonna have to remember what that was.
These 2 men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may omit your occupations. We don't want to hear about any of that. Don't tell us what you do, please.
Right.
But state your names now for the court. Oh boy. Oh boy. I am Fabien de Rousseau, a descendant of the great de Rousseau family from Nice in France.
I'm a little shit! And my name is Peppino de Rossi.
He's literally got spaghetti.
I'm the 3rd son of the great Familia de Rossi, the landowner from Napoli.
Oh, God. I'm hiding behind my scroll so I don't crack up at the 2 of you. The 2 men first became acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility. We're not going to discuss their relationship there at boarding school. Those who graduate from Temsik are the future leaders of Europe. But do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood?
Van Zieks is like, No.
Alors, I make it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little grey cells of my brain. All 2 of them. That is all I am trying to do, eh?
So you have brain cells? So that's the only reason for your grand deception you've been carrying out.
I also sell the essential oils. You could say that. And leggings, lots of leggings.
Not bad, eh? Yes, great ideas, but the pretty plans. The strange capricious and the charm and the hilarious brothers.
He's so hilarious.
See, couple?
Listen to me, Peppino. I have 2 things to say to you.
Eh? Che, what are you talking? Are you about to tell me one of your grand anecdotes, Aviva?
Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this capo. And secondly, we are not the hilarious brothers. This is serious business.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Che bello, there it is. Capo's trump card and a tavero de brow. Is the big capo and the vero yours?
The court is something. The court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspected members of the public. Is that true?
Oui, c'est ça.
And what exactly is the nature of this deception by which you plan to defraud?
Alors, I will explain it.
No, Capo, leave it to me.
Oh, really? Go boy.
As you see, we both had vivid red hair, no? At school, we were teased for this without pity. The Capo here, who was many times behind the schoolhouse crying that the Terry found it.
Hey.
Hey, those dogs! One day the world will respect us redheads.
You don't have to go into that much detail.
Every night he would bury his head in his pillow and...
C'est bien, Peppino, enough. I will explain the rest.
Okay. I love you.
The first step was the newspaper advertisement. Mint. I became Russian for a moment. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London.
Yes, we saw that notice. It was this one, I believe. Entitled to the Red-Headed League.
Oui, c'est ça. I am honored that you have seen it.
It states that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair. And that if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league, you could receive a weekly income of £4.
On the date specified, red-headed hopefuls gathered in droves at a park specified in the advertisement. And from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. And with this money, to France, it was a plan most elegant, no? But everyone who showed up at the park, they could earn £5,000 working from home. No one can earn £5,000 working from home. It was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick.
I thought you were Cosima.
Wirken.
You said you're Frank, but I thought you were Cosima.
Surely you're not making this joke right now.
Don't call me Shirley. I'm having an identity crisis right now.
Maybe you're red-headed after all.
Yeah. Well, Sweetie studied some French, didn't you?
Oh, it's actually it's okay French accent. Okay,
Yeah.
all right. You know, I didn't bother to do one for Madame Tuspels because they didn't like accent her speech. But this guy, you know, all right.
Mm-hmm.
Merci bien.
I have absolutely no idea how to pronounce any French words, so I stay far, far away from French accents.
That's why you get the kid with spaghetti.
With spaghetti, I get the really, really
saucy
awful
meatball.
Italian accent.
I love it. I'm dying.
Yeah, and of course Fu is bragging about how someone's making coconut pancakes and I can't go over to his island because I'm streaming on my Switch in which I have Animal Crossing on it.
Coconut pancakes you can't actually eat.
I can't have coconut pancakes. Oh, coconut pancakes IRL would be delicious!
That would be amazing.
Anyway.
The park was described by one witness as choked with red-headed folk like a Costa's orange Let me try that again. Choked with red-headed folk like a Costa's orange barrow. How did I do? That was actually pretty good, Sasato-san.
Mm-hmm.
And the day on which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these two men spoke face-to-face with every single person present that day. Oui! I have seen more red-headed people in one day than I will see in the rest of my life.
See, and now every time I see a couple's hair, I feel sick to my stomach.
Harsh. Anyway, why have we been summoned here today?
Because you killed the dude. Do you remember when you killed the dude?
But he did not get two more redhead to join the league.
Yeah, so you killed him.
Oui, c'est ça. Oui, c'est vrai. Oui, I killed a man.
Oh.
Yeah.
Merci.
You give so much
merci.
credit. Sorry?
The date for our trial was not until tomorrow, I was told. Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. It's a closed trial, and they should really not be in on government secrets, probably. They've only been shown this photograph.
Look at this photograph.
Does it make you laugh?
How did his eyes get so red? How did his hair get so red? And what the hell is on Gregson's head? Very good. Now, Mr. Now you will give your formal testimony for the court, you little shits. On the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph.
Of course! We are always ready to help with the law. And breaking it. We just love the law because we love to break it. We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assemble in the park on Lime Street that day.
But I don't recall the man in this photograph, eh, couple?
No, I don't remember him. Obviously, he is dead now, but I assure you, he was not in the park.
Allora, this victim has nothing to do with us.
You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place.
Alright, well that's
Great,
something I'm gonna
cool.
press.
You've given sworn testimony that this man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain? As if we remember every one of 1,000 people we saw on the one day. Do you have memory like that? We did not interview this man.
Nobody looking like this came into the park, this I can promise.
How about they show him a picture of Sholmes and like, did anyone looking like this come to the park? And they're like, no.
No.
Well, no.
It must be noted that you have been arrested for grand deception, however. Accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances.
Oh, for it is attitude, we get to nowhere.
He's really a sulking now. He's really a sucking now. Sucking down that spaghetti.
He's really a sucking now.
Yeah, I'll really be a sucking you.
After
I
the
mean-
trial. This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard.
God, you're so fucking handsome, my guy.
Ugh, look at him.
Ah.
Kazuma. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary, dated the day before the incident. I'm just going to read from another man's private diary now.
Yeah.
Lime Street, Red-Headed League, undercover.
Oh, I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar event at the park on the day in question, eh?
That is ridiculous. We have the monopoly on all the red-headeds. All the gingers are ours.
There's no question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, which means it's quite possible that that's when he was killed. Very well, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination now. Yes, my lord. I think this is a huge red herring.
Oh, ay!
But also, legitimately,
Yeah.
I think that this is completely, like, meant to get us off track.
Ugh. It's more entertaining than I thought, though. We had
Okay.
more than we.
As well, would you like to repeat that? 1,000 people, that's a very big, very big crowd. 1,000 people, that's a very big crowd.
Are both of you all right?
I ingested some crowd. That's a throwback joke.
It was quite a spectacle. Redheads had come from all over the capital.
See, the couple here is the bad bad. Nobody else could attract so many people.
I am attractive.
If I could be born again, I would be the couple. And right now, I'm just so attracted to him. Hello. Hello, I love you so much. Give me the kiss.
Dear Rossi.
Give me the kiss.
Pepino, that
Give
is
me the
enough.
kiss.
That is enough.
Couple.
Van Zieks is in the courtroom being like, when can I go home? Prison would be preferable to this.
Just execute me already. Just get it over with.
All those people wanted was in money, Pepino. The £4 per week that they could earn from their social media.
Oh no, they all wanted your dick. That's what it really was.
Are you suggesting that you spoke personally with all 1,000 applicants? Okay, riddles, have fun.
Ah, oui, that we did. Because every one of them paid us 5 shillings for a consultation.
We take the names and we take the money and then we take the address as well.
Oh, you take their addresses.
Ooh, you take their address.
addresses?
And then they tell them we take some days to let them know by a post if you know too many person. We start early in the morning, we stop late at the night.
Oh, for sure, Riddles, no worries. So you earned 5,000 shillings in one day? That's a small fortune.
I would have thought there were 1,000 such gullible redheads in London to start with. I guess I'd better get into gingers now. I'm just kidding. I don't like gullible
You-
people,
you could,
except
like-
you can.
One of whom was a great detective with chemically altered hair.
Oh boy.
But I don't record the man in this photograph.
He doesn't look at all familiar.
No, I don't think so. This is a wig. Yeah, he was trying to trick us.
You were trying to trick him.
Right?
I do not like people who are trying to trick other people.
Says the con artist.
Uh-huh. If between them they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair, it would be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face.
No, senor, I may be small. But my memory is very large. I never forget a thing. You know what's also very large? Nothing. In my opinion, I don't think this man was in the park.
He says, you know it's also very large, and everyone
He's
glares
20.
at him.
Fuck him.
He's fucking 25. We can make all the
Shut-
jokes we want, I
okay,
guess.
yeah.
But God, does it feel sketchy to
Fuck
do that.
this. Fuck all these guys.
Wait, go back.
Why?
Cosmo. Look, just look at that man.
And then the man directly next to him.
Oh my god.
He's a great lover of fish and chips.
Oh, he's a great lover of fish and chips. Gregson, come back.
They really had to sandwich him between this guy and this guy.
Like, you just need to see the contrast.
God, he's so
Handsome!
handsome.
Cosma! How's he
Honestly,
even
dude.
he's even prettier in his photo here.
Right.
What do we what do we know about Mr. Vigil? He's 40. That's a very nice looking 40.
Yeah, that's a pretty nice looking 40.
This guy, okay, so 10 years ago he was 30, and 10 years ago she was how old? She's 36? She was
Something like
26?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. Onward.
But he's not gonna give the court a definite, it seems.
Hey, Kappa, you didn't see a man like this, huh?
No, I don't remember him, and obviously he is dead now.
But according to what you said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people, or me. 1,000 or me? 1,000 or me?
Dearkin, did you actually drink curare?
Maybe. People that day. Look, I'm just having trouble. I'm tripping over my tongue because there is a very attractive man somewhere in this courtroom.
Oh, in that case, you trip all you
Lord
like.
Van Zeeks.
Cosmo vibrates. Oui, that's true. He is a very handsome man.
Somewhere Sholmes the audience is like, hey!
But what about me?
What about me, my dear fellow?
I'm the one who gave you the curare.
What?
What?
You're the one who slipped it into my coffee this morning.
What? Oui. My eyes were burning by the end of the day.
Surely then you can't actually remember every single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present?
Normally the red hair is very distinctive, eh? But not when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around, then it's just an eyesore. But if there was some other information you could give us, then maybe we could recall.
That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact, huh? Remember? If there was a man with a red hair piece, but his mustache did not match the color, then I do not think I could have forgotten him.
Kazuma said these two had only been shown the photograph and they'd been told nothing else at all. But what if I fed them just one little detail about the victim, for example?
Oh my god, his fish and chips! Can we feed him the fish and chips, please? I really need to see.
I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation. What if I told you that the man was always munching on a packet of fish and chips?
I mean, that's, this is actually an accurate thing to throw in their faces.
Do you remember a man who's eating incessantly?
Not really. I was looking only at the heads of the applicants. Only at the heads. I wouldn't have noticed the fish and chips any more than the caviar and smoked salmon.
Or spaghetti, yummy. I love spaghetti.
Really? I had no idea.
Tell them again what you said before, Peppino.
See, couple, see, say it again and again.
That was amusing.
Maybe we could go through again and be like...
Hold it!
Say something else.
That was fucking funny.
That was amusing, yeah.
Alright.
His name? I don't think it would be his name.
Why would his profession...
I don't think they would know what his profession was.
But why would he give him his actual name, though?
I don't think they would give him his actual name. So I'm like, I don't think they would give him his actual name. The profession doesn't make any sense.
The fish and chips actually make sense, though.
All right, well, let's talk about his profession and then
Okay.
we'll go back to the name. I'm certainly appreciate that just knowing the man with red hair wouldn't help you remember this. What if I told you the man in the red hair piece was actually a detective?
Oh, then they're gonna name Sholmes. The man in the photograph, a detective?
Yes.
It would appear he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate
Ooh.
incognito.
Kazuma's pitching in on this one.
Sorry, but this changes nothing.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
Something to add, Mr. De Rossi?
No. See, I'm always adding something. Parmesan olive oil, pepper.
What I mean is, do you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance?
I'm kind of sad that we don't get to see any Americans in this.
What?
I kind of would like to see how this game rips Americans a new one.
What did you just say about the detective?
Yes, that.
Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You have said enough already.
But why, Capo? What is the problem? There was a man who said, I am an inspector from Scotland Yard.
What?
He
Good lord!
he did that?
Order. Explain this. Explain it to your testimony.
volte-face is the change of position, as in policy or opinion, an about-face.
Text that to me.
Yeah.
It was simple. The man at the park just said to us that he was a suspect.
There was no such man.
But what do you say, Capo? Have you forgotten, eh?
I have forgotten nothing. Nobody like this came to the park.
Basta, Capo, basta. You beat me with many things, but not two, the memory and the meals.
Wow.
Like I said, when it is time to eat the pasta, no one is a pasta.
But you are inferior to me in every other way, so shut up! Damn, that went from 0 to 60. Like, whoosh.
Objection.
Oh!
Oh!
They just simultaneously objected. Total, the damage is done.
Indeed it is, sir.
There was a man who came to the park and he said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else.
How can you be so sure?
Because they went wag wag wag. To start with, his face was completely different.
See, it's true, it's true. The man who came was younger. His face was clean shaven, his eyes was sad, and his chin was thinner.
No resemblance whatsoever, then.
Sadder eyes. Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you are really a detective, show us the proof.
See, the Capo here, he doesn't take no nonsense, eh?
But he was well prepared. He said he had identification.
Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification? That is most unconvincing. Sorry, my lord? Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection.
Indeed.
It's quite out of the question.
Indeed. Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity? Because it was Mr. Sholmes and he's apparently that dumb. Clearly the papers were fake.
Is it, Capo, you are a genius. As we say in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another, eh?
Maybe it was Vigil.
And what happened after he announced he was a detective?
He became very annoying. He said, "You're under investigation." He became very annoying. So I took his papers from him and chased him out of the park. Give us the papers!
It was a fantastical. Here, look at this. The bag and that thing to hit to get to coordinating. Identification.
I'm so glad you love my curare.
What did you put in my drink?
So you stole it from the man.
No. He had it coming. He made us very scared. But he was not who he said that he was.
Indeed, the person described does not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would.
Oh, he does not.
However, I believe it would be prudent for these identification to be entered into the evidence.
Let's read this paper.
Let's evidence this paper.
But I like them.
Rotate.
Rotate the evidence.
Nope.
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 Nope. Wow.
Open. Open.
Well, I suppose we should see what this inspector's identification looks like inside.
Inside? Inside the card?
Yes, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it?
Out of interest, what name is given? Naruhodo-san?
Probably just something plucked out of the air.
Boon.
It's Tobias Gregson.
Somebody took Gregson's, Vigil took Gregson's badge.
Wait, what?
This Scotland Yard insignia looks genuine to me.
But how?
And the department and identification number details are all correct as well.
So is the murderer.
Uh-huh. The murderer's got his...
Since when have you known those?
I know everything, Naruhodo-san.
Do you mean to say...
I know it seems incredible, but yes. I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard.
But that's unbelievable. This is the real thing after all?
That's the murderer or the kidnapper.
So, I think it was this guy. This guy that showed up.
He showed up,
Now, let's return to the witness's testimony.
Also, he was clean-shaven, he had sad eyes, he had a thin chin.
No, this victim has nothing to do with us.
We only have your word for that.
See, but what else can we do?
True.
But we have nothing. We have a much of no, we're not having much of fun these days. First we are arrested, and then we are shown a horrible picture of a dead man. Now you question everything and single thing as we say. We are the victims here. Aye, Capo?
Shut up!
No, you were caught carrying out a plot to swindle hundreds of innocent people.
You had to bring that up, eh? That's not fair. Eh, Capo?
You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault.
What do you mean by that?
Cavolo, you promised not to say, eh, Capo?
After we had taken all the money that day, we should have left the country. That was my plan. I left the purchasing of the tickets for the ferry to Dunkirk to my companion here, but he bought them for the wrong date. Fucking idiot.
Oops.
See, but there's an easy mistake to make. The 1st, the 31st.
I have no sympathy for you. We were an all day late for the boat because of your stupidity. And it's only because of this that the so-called great red-headed detective got us.
Capo, you know what I think. I think you're a little bitch. This is a work of God, this holy punishment, eh?
I'll put you full of holes. Peppino for the last time. This is not only punishment. This is only your fault. Don't blame God for your unholy mistakes. You are making me sick with anger.
Maybe I make a mistake, but there's a time to eat the pasta and no one is a pasta.
Eat the pasta in prison.
And I've seen the evidence. You haven't told us much we didn't already know.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
Well, if it was in the inspector's diary, it seems likely he must have gone to Lime Street that day. And yet, these two both claim that they didn't see him.
I have to say, they don't appear to be telling lies, except for all the lies they're telling.
Excerpts. They are experts in deception, don't forget. Sounding plausible is their speciality. They may be lying simply to avoid being implicated in this case as well.
Surely if they were truly experts in deception, they wouldn't have been caught.
Well, yes, you do have a point there. Seems to me like we need more information.
Definitely. Let's talk to them some more.
Okay, well, first of all... Hold on.
What if... Can we present the photo of the guy? Vigil? Maybe?
Well, no, he was not in the park, but... This is what I think, anyway.
To use the badge.
Yeah, like he was, though.
Yeah.
I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade.
Yes! I was actually hoping you would do this because she actually would fucking know.
Yeah.
Why, Miss Lestrade?
What is your intention here, Counsel? Is this really a fake or is it genuine? That's the question, which we can't answer ourselves.
Oh, look at that cute. He's cute.
He's being cute.
Oh, he's got the
Counsel
phoenix
is looking
on
good.
like, oh, my Nuka.
My Nuka.
Objection. But objection, though. Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification to be stolen.
If they were still alive.
That is the boss's. No question about it. He polishes and winds it every day at 5 p.m. It can't be.
As I suspected, the undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson. Carrying out an incognito investigation. I think you're wrong about that.
I think you're wrong. I think
it was someone.
Zutala!
I think it was someone with his
papers.
papers.
It was Vigil with his papers.
Mm-hmm.
The description they give is totally Vigil.
Order.
But if the boss had its identification stolen, it will report it straight away.
Not if he wasn't dead.
I mean, he was always on me about it. If you lose something, report it at once, he say.
Could it be then that the inspector was physically unable to report it?
Physically, what are you saying?
Unable to? You're. Ooh, we get to we get to look at that sweat drop face.
He's sweating.
He's sweating. You're not suggesting.
Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had a chance to report his identification stolen.
Mm-hmm. Or kidnapped.
Ooh!
No. Oh, that was Cosma.
Order. God, he's so handsome.
So handsome.
The defense posits.
Posits.
I'm like, God, my dyslexia is like, that's a word that you're not going to read the first time. The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that?
I know nothing. I done nothing.
Pull yourself together, Pepino. Mon Dieu, you can behave a little more like a master criminal than that, no?
Now I wish I had returned to Iria Italia.
Stop crying, Pepino, please. Otherwise, I... Lube, stop your whining and stop talking.
Well, I believe the court will need to hear your story in considerably greater detail.
I know nothing
But you will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome.
I will shoot you on the spot. Actually, no, I will stab you on the spot. One on each sword. I have 2 of them now.
Just for both of you.
You will dry your eyes and testify again about these identification papers and the precise circumstances under which you came by them. For crying out loud, shut the fuck up! I'm voicing you and even I'm annoyed by you.
Oh my god.
Ugh.
The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him for the night at our secret hideout.
What the fuck?
Oh! Oh. Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day just in case. They kept Vigil prisoner. That's why he was missing.
Mm-hmm.
We took the man's identification from him and shut him in the room next to ours.
There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm, and the next morning we let him go.
He spent the night in a nice room. It was nothing like a prison, Lily.
This is outrageous. You imprison the man.
But no, see, no. It was not a very like a prison. It was a very comfortable and calm and happy. Capo?
Oui. It was never part of my plan. I swear it.
So, do you think it was my fault, eh? Just because I got the date of the fairy wrong. Just by one little a day.
I do not think it was your fault, Peppino. I know it.
No. Per favor, capo, is not fair.
You shall have plenty of time for squabbling back in prison, gentlemen.
I don't believe this. How could he have been a real detective?
Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. So on the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in his pair's hideout.
Nope,
It's not
no,
Gregson!
It was not Gregson. It's not Gregson.
It's not Gregson!
Get with the program here.
Oh, he's so handsome.
God, he's pretty.
We're gonna be like this his entire time. Hey, let's talk. Do you realize what you're saying?
You have to believe me. I never intended for that to happen. And I'm sure the detective did not intend it either.
Do you think?
But there was nothing else I could do.
See, nothing else. This was the first crime for the capo. He was at his wit. Under his wit.
I have told you before, Peppino, that is not the way to describe a criminal mastermind. What about this hideout of yours? Was it locked from the inside? Did it have a wardrobe? A nice study desk? A dining table? A big bed?
A tonsu. Anyway. This is you.
An old empty house. I was just distracted by the two gentlemen gazing at one another. Obviously enjoying some sort of memory.
We rented the place for 2 days. It was inspired by the idea for right up ahead to Capel Hill.
An impulsive idea, I would say.
No, not impulsive, inspired, eh, Capo?
What am I supposed to say to that, Peppino?
And it was in the house described that you could find Inspector Gregson, was it?
Oui. But you have to remember, I was under the impression that he was a pretender, not a real inspector.
It doesn't quite add up, though. If you didn't think the man was a real inspector, there would have been no reason to take him prisoner, would there?
No, you are right, but we couldn't be completely certain.
Hold it!
Too scared? Why?
Because we are fraidy pants. Why he had to come to the park, we didn't know. There was a chance that he had seen through my plan. And he was not going to recruit 2 more redheads, he would recruit 2 more redheads.
And if that was the case, he would go to the police station and completely to blow the whistle on us. If he was just afraid to be an inspector, he was up to no good, without a doubt.
I think most people would agree that it's you two who are up to no good. Oh, say that to me again.
Well, see, you may be right. Eh, Capo?
The point is, we are not able to escape from England immediately because this one is an idiot. That is why we had no choice but to take the man prisoner.
What I don't understand is why the inspector felt the need to show you his identification in the first place.
See, I ask myself the same question.
We were writing down the names and addresses of all the people who we took 5 shillings from that day to keep a ledger in case we are ever arrested for the crime. Make it easier to find out who we ripped off. They're just really dumb. I'm sorry, they're very dumb. I've forgotten what name he said, but the address, it startled me. It was Buckingham Palace.
See, address Scotland Yard Homicide Division, he said.
What?
He probably didn't like your face, Peppino. He want to murder your face. Anyway, I was not rude, I just politely asked him why he had said it. And that's when he started to say he was an inspector. Not long afterwards, he took out his identification.
What was Inspector Gregson playing at?
Tell the court what happened next. You took him back to your hideout, you say?
See, we did.
Why did I choose this voice for this guy?
It's a great voice. It's killing me.
It's killing me too. That being it, I just had to have somebody to replace Inspector Gregson for the worst voice for my throat. That being this identification book here, correct?
See, that's the one.
What made you believe that it was a forgery?
I never seen the real one, of course, but he was so suspicious, this man. I know, I was thinking this must be falso, eh, couple?
Oui, it is just as Peppino has said. We were convinced it was not genuine.
And so together they hilarious brothers, we took the man captive.
All we did was shove him inside a locked room. Shoved him inside a locked room, locked from the inside. Then we made preparations to transport all of the money.
In for a penny, in for a pound.
That's the judge's. I don't know about that.
You're like, I don't know about that one, Chief.
There might have been little to sell, but we did him no harm.
Hold it!
What do you mean by a little tussle exactly?
In the bed. I mean, it was nothing. Just a minor incident.
The falso inspector used a real piece of work. Real piece of work.
What? What just happened?
It was a disaster. We gave him a nice room and wanted something to, in the middle of the night, he tried to escape us through the ventilator.
The ventilator, huh?
Can you blame him?
Are there any kittens involved? We chased him, bien sûr, and we caught him again.
Can you blame us?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Actually,
Wait, you didn't shoot the men in your haste, did you?
Who do you think we are? Of course not. What, do you take us for a criminal?
Kinda.
I simply caught hold of him again and took him back to the room.
Excuse me.
Oh boy.
Mr. DeRossi, is something wrong?
Me?
Did something Mr. DeRossi said just made you... Well, it seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was that all about? I'm having a stroke, okay?
Cavolo, at times like that you don't want to have the capo after you, I believe me. I speak of a personal experience.
Personal experience is what I assume you just said?
That is enough, Peppino. There is no need to say more.
He would shoot you down with his 14 guns.
Peppino!
He has 14 of them.
Peppino!
The Tuesday of the night before we put the Redhead League plan into action, I was scared. It was not fair to the capo, but I tried to run away. And then he pulled out 14 guns.
Peppino! I'll pull
It's a
all my
shame you
14
didn't.
guns on you right now.
Oh no, you brought all 14 guns! I'm surprised that they let you still have those in prison. Oh, that's right, you keep them all up your...
Peppino!
But the capo here, he came after me like the turbine, with all 14 of his guns. He dragged me back to the house kicking and screaming. It was a good thing I didn't get shot by his 14 guns. But I still have the bruises to prove it and the bullet holes, eh, capo?
You do not need to show those to the court, Peppino!
Bruises, you say?
Bruises, you say?
You want to see?
No!
You want to see my fantastic bruises? I'm gonna take off my pants right now.
This is very disturbing. That's enough now, Peppino. No one wants to look at any part of you. Can we just go to the court record again for a moment? Just go to the court record.
Oh, on his neck, you see?
Oh! Okay, go to the court record. Go to people. Go to people. Go to that little guy. Just want to remind everyone, he is 25 years old. Okay.
This guy had a bruise just like it.
Uh-huh, he sure did. Oh, God, it was him.
He got the shit beat out of him.
So that is Vigil, but he got the shit beat out of him.
That's Vigil, but he got the
Vigil.
shit beat out of
You were
him.
right catching that before. Jeez.
Oh my god.
That's really fucking depressing, actually. God almighty. This is just... Boy.
What did you do? I want to show you, don't.
You do. Now. Oh, yikes. I don't exactly want to see it from you, but that's where we're going, so...
Or if everybody wants to see it, I will do it. I do it. I'm gonna do it.
Just do it already.
I do it. I'm gonna do it. You want to see it? I'm gonna do
Peppino!
it. Ooh.
Oh.
It's going to see it's a very visible.
Oh. That's around your neck, is it?
Yeah, he choked me out. I kinda like it.
Mm.
That red ring around your neck, you got that when you were dragged back to the house? Or was it after? I'm having some sexual tension between myself and the prosecution right now. We are meeting each other's eyes and sweating.
Continue, witness.
See, the capo sometimes he's very rough and
That's enough!
My sweetie is literally dying right now. Riddles, you came back at a perfect time.
Okay. It's fine, everything's fine.
Yes.
That's enough!
Do you need more time?
No! No!
Everything is fine. It super
It's
is.
fine. Peppino's neck is nothing to do with what we are talking about, dear. You have my word.
wink.
Wink.
That was after.
Yes, what is your opinion, counsel? About this red ring about Mr. DeRossi's neck, I wonder, does it matter? I think,
Ah!
I think it's important.
It's important.
He's a kinkster. He's kinky! Mr. DeRossi, I'm gonna have to ask you, are you kinky? Are you nasty? To amend your testimony with the details about that mark around your neck.
Ah.
Hey, capo, you see, everyone is interested in what I say, huh?
Wag, wag, wag. You do not have to expose our private business in the court like
Are
this.
you down? Are you dead? Are you DTF? Sorry, I should not have said that.
I'm not gonna drink any more water till this part of the testimony is over.
Very well, you amend your testimony as requested, Mr. DeRossi. Oh.
See, if you really want to know. He tried to escape, but had to put the collar on him and dragged him back. Just what he did to me, Steve.
You don't have to tell them our private business.
There he has a collar just for this.
This is between us.
It's very nice.
You are being a very bad
Thank
boy
you.
right now.
I'm such a bad boy. Oh, punish me.
There, I had to drink very slowly so I didn't spit it all out. Oops. Alright, we're gonna save. Alright. Here's my thing. You can't present people. Okay, well, we're going to have to just press this.
Ah.
Are you saying that red mark was caused by...
See, a big collar made from the leather. He put the collar on me.
You don't have to say this, understand?
It's part of our BDSM.
It is not.
I am his bottom.
This is secret.
I am his submissive. I'm so submissive.
Shut
I'm just
up.
a submissive little boy.
You're being very bad.
It's okay, he's 25, so we're allowed to make these jokes.
Oui. He is very of age. I checked.
A leather collar? That sounds kind of hot, actually.
A leather collar? Is this true, Mr. de Rousseau?
Where did you get it?
Tell me more.
Is it custom made?
How big is it? What? Oh, we had a Saint Bernard at home when I was younger. That is how I learned this. That is how. It is not from reading the literature that told me of the consent. It is a souvenir from that time with a very strong chain.
Yeah, no, we did check his age.
Let's just show
he's
this one more
25.
time.
He's okay.
He's 25 years old,
We're
believe it or
this
not.
This is okay. We can make kink jokes.
We're going to have to repeat this over and over again.
Right.
He is 25 years old.
Yes.
Believe it or not.
Continue.
I said this is a souvenir. It is just a souvenir. A strong chain?
A strong chain, you say?
How strong? You tested it?
Yeah.
Mm.
And you put that around your friend's neck. Your friend's neck?
You put that around his neck.
Your best friend?
You two seem very close.
Can we ask more about how you would utilize this collar in your day-to-day lives?
How long did it take to make that bruise appear?
Out of curiosity, of course.
Can we borrow it?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was so angry that he was leaving me alone.
You know,
I had to
should,
punish him.
We should submit that to the court record.
You submit that to the court record so he can rotate it.
Yeah, I want to rotate this evidence.
I'll just come over to the bench while he rotates it.
You did not have to tie the chain on the neck of the bed, or door. I could not have tried to run again.
Oh, so he tied it to the leg of the bed.
He tied it to the leg of the bed.
Did he
Cosimo.
ever make you go into the wardrobe?
Hey, so I mean, we could tie it to the. Another suggestion is that you could tie it to the head of the bed as well.
You could.
So he couldn't run away. You didn't do that to Inspector Gregson as well, did you? Wow, you're extremely kinky.
What a delightful mental image you've put into all of our
Shut
heads.
up, Sholmes! You're not here! It's just me and Cosimo right now!
And Ben Zeke's staring between the two of them.
I did not intend this to be read seductively like that, but I live for it now. Exactly.
Treat the people equal. There's a couple heroes motto, eh?
It's starting to sound a lot more like a prison all of a sudden.
Kinky prison?
Kinky prison.
Kink prison. Like a dungeon?
Like a dungeon.
Like a sex dungeon.
where you chain someone up
Wow.
by the neck
Mm.
and chain them to the bed.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. This is a court of law.
Am I on
someone
trial here? May I go home now?
Someone is dead.
The capital is a tough, but the capital is a love.
One of these days I'm gonna prank you with that, Dearkin. I shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't have collared this fool. I knew it would come back to bite me, but I
the
could not
following
resist.
morning when you released the inspector.
You kept him for a whole day, chained up.
He had a red ring on his neck, just like a me.
So that's how it works.
Just like a me.
So if you chained him up for a whole day,
He had it around his neck, just like a me.
does make him wait?
Just like a me.
Peppino, s'il vous plaît, leave it now.
No.
Stop telling them all our dirty business.
No. No.
He's 25!
Kevin, you need a dirtier mind is what you need. This is extremely kinky.
Very.
This is the most kinky I've ever seen Ace Attorney get. And they had a fucking canon thing where the Apollo had to tie up Athena.
Yes.
That was canonical.
That happened.
Now you know, the couple here, you don't want to tangle with him, eh? But for the inspector, it's not so bad.
And now we're back to crying. Wow. Wow. Wow.
Oh my. Oh no. Oops.
Yes, let's go through all this
Let's
over.
not go through all this again.
I just want to make sure we get all the
no,
details.
no, we're fine.
So you chain them up for an entire day.
Right. No, it's
In
no, it's
A
fine.
prison. Chain him to the bed.
I feel like you should have seen this coming. You know longer than me. I smelled the cake while having dinner. Okay.
I'm still on trial here.
Oh, Lord Van Zeeks, you're here still.
I am still here.
Would you like to collar me?
I would like to leave now.
Oh.
However. No, I'd like to leave now. I'm leaving now. Goodbye. Bailiff!
But Gregson did not have one.
He did not have.
He did not have
a mark. He did not have him.
He did not have a
Objection.
mark.
Hi, Ziva. Well, you missed the really kinky part, hopefully. So the day before his body discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito. I'm notoriously bad at smelling kinks.
No, it was not like that. It was hardly a prison. It was an invitation to stay. It was only, we have been looking for a dessert in our triad.
It was a sex donjon.
It was a handsome man. What can I say?
However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains. What inconsistency is this, counsel? I would ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. He's not wearing a collar.
You hadn't collared him.
We'll see that there's no red ring visible around his neck.
Eh? But that makes no sense. It was me who took the collar off the man in the morning.
I trained him well.
I saw the red bruises on his neck, just like I have.
Given that the mark is so clearly visible on this witness's neck, we'd expect to see bruising on the victim who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. DeRossi.
Go on.
Indeed, this is most peculiar. I'm very well versed in bruising around the neck from collaring.
But what we tell you, we say this from the beginning, many times. Well.
Oui, Pepino is right. The man in the photograph. It does not make us laugh. Is someone different to the man we held captive that night?
No, I dropped
No.
my controller.
You dropped your controller. We're out of control.
It's out of control.
This is just to remind you that I'm a minor.
Oh, sorry, Susan.
Naruhodo-san, Kazuma-sama, I am a minor. I am 16 years old, and I am right here in this courtroom.
Well, then maybe you should be, you should just wear earplugs at this point.
Well, I just turned 18, so I'm allowed to hear these jokes. And I think they're kind of funny.
Susato's like, oh my god, why am I stuck in a courtroom with these? Order.
No, I must hear more about this collaring. It would appear then that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not kinky. Wait, was not Inspector Gregson
No,
at
he
all.
was the kinky one. Inspector Gregson wasn't kinky.
Inspector Gregson was not
Hello,
kinky.
get with the program, Kazuma.
I'm a little distracted.
We're trying to figure out who was not kinky.
Well,
I am kinky. You are kinky. This guy is kinky. Gregson was not kinky. Right, Susato? Oh, shit. Should be arrested for this.
Naruhodo-san!
Objection.
If that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification?
I'm still distracted by the collar. What do you want from me?
Me too, though. If this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard, it's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion itself.
Ugh, you're too good. And we also know that the inspector had made a note about the red-headed leak in his diary for that day.
Are we sure the tiny man cries like Charlie Brown is 25?
Let's go back this up one more time.
25.
25.
This man is 26. This man is 25. We are 110% sure, Riddles. I promise you. 26, 25.
Dear God.
Okay.
I said this, which surely means we can't divorce the two events completely.
Inconsistency noted by the defense is most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson, whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation.
But
Ooh, why are you looking at the camera like this?
Hello.
Don't look at me.
Hello. Hi.
Hi.
I feel a little.
I need to take my blanket off. It's getting hot here.
But equally, they actually encountered an imposter. Just imagine those eyes looking at dear Ken. Oh,
Why are you looking at the camera?
so handsome.
That's
and
not
looking
fair.
Right at us. They actually encountered an imposter. How did that person come to be in possession of the real inspector's identification?
Does the defense have some plausible explanations, counsel? No, I'm more like I'm using the blanket more as like a shawl. I like have it over my shoulders.
She's a taco.
I'm a taco. More a taco, less of a burrito.
Now let us continue.
Eat as a burrito right now. Nice. Does the defense have some plausible explanation, counsel? The whole thing defies explanation. Does it?
Does it?
Does it? Because I explained it like a full 20 minutes ago.
I love this. She's like, It is for precisely these occasions that we keep meticulous notes in the court record, Naruhodo-san. Because those are the facts, and the facts cannot lie.
No, the facts can't lie.
Unless the facts are lies, you know.
Even when they point to something that's so incredible, it's almost unbelievable.
Ooh.
Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the red-headed leak's enrollment is revealed by information in the court record, I believe. Good gracious.
Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo.
Is it tantalizing?
I'm tantalized.
Are you tantalized? I'm just gonna tickle your balls for a second here.
Or you could run those fingers over my neck.
Oh, or like this. Like that.
Can I go home now?
Right? Just
Can I go back to prison?
Pulling out that jabot, like...
It's right over the bench.
Right, yeah, like that. Anyway. So why don't you... Sorry.
So, why don't you help us all to see whatever truth it is that you've apparently seen? Who exactly was this inspector that appeared before Mr. de Roussel and Mr. de Rossi?
An imposter, like Among Us! Like Among Us!
It was sus!
He was sus, like Among Us. He invented.
Anyway, though it seems incredible, I admit the undeniable facts only point to one thing.
It was Among Us.
Since no bruising could be seen on the victim's neck, the person who these two red-headed men took the prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson.
In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time.
No.
Objection.
On the contrary, I haven't finished.
Ooh.
You're gonna sit here and wait until I finish.
I'm here to watch you finish.
Yeah, you better watch me finish.
What?
I'm the top now.
I'm confused but tantalized.
There's no bruising on the victim's neck. So the question immediately posed next is, when can I bruise your neck? Wait.
Where do we get that collar?
He was sus because he bent it or because he is fish and chips like he's sucking cock. That's exactly it.
Very sus.
Who exactly was this man in the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's search identification?
See, that's alright. We tell the same story every time, whoever this man was. The couple could have dragged him from a pillar to post with the dog collar.
Mon Dieu, Peppino! I was not so harsh as you say, huh?
So, was that a false inspector, eh? Who was he?
Clearly, the defense has an idea about that.
I do have an idea about that. I have a thought.
You have a thought now.
Yeah, I have them quite regularly.
You've grown so much.
Right.
About the true identity of the man these two imprisoned that night.
I must ask the counsel for the defense to elaborate post haste. Who do the witnesses of this motherfucker? Who is this motherfucker?
Take that!
I never wanted to see this man again, and yet here we are.
Here we are.
Goodness me, isn't that one of the witnesses who we never wanted to see again in the stand in this very courtroom earlier today? You're welcome, guys. We get to see this fucker again. A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passersby.
Objection!
Objection. I'm no longer tantalized. Couldn't we go back to talking about the collar?
Yeah, right?
Anyway, fine. What on earth would a street seller be doing with a police inspector's identification papers, Witnesses, is this the man or not? What has happened to his lip? I have no idea.
Ah,
See, this man is not for the red-headed league, eh? He's looking for a twisted lip league, no?
Perhaps rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead.
it seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noted something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising.
Oh good, we're going back to this.
Yeah,
I'm tantalized again.
He's kinky.
Go on.
The floppy lip man is kinky.
We have to look at him while we talk about this, don't we?
Yeah. It's gonna kind of be a boner kill.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Eh? What?
The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand.
Must you, though?
Do I have to?
It's like facepalm over
It's
here.
like, God, no, I was
Really?
just getting kinky in here. Order, bailiff. Bring the aforementioned witness back to the courtroom immediately.
I was getting so many good ideas.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my. Oh boy. This...
Well, I never. An undeniable ring of bruising indeed. And identical to that of the witness beside him.
Now, what's going on here, eh? I've always had this with me. It's a birthmark, isn't it?
A birthmark, you say?
I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you? Something about an inspector again. But I'm telling you, you've got this all wrong as usual.
You're denying all knowledge of it.
Well, of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense there? Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again.
And you, Mr. DeRosa and Mr. DeRossi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you?
Do we have any choice? You'll reveal all our kinky secrets.
We're in a big trouble, eh, couple?
This is all your fault for revealing our dirty little kinks.
Well, I think it's really a hard couple.
Well, I'm glad you say that, but how about you say it next time in private? I'm going to have to punish you for this.
Oh no. Oh no, couple. Oh, don't punish me, couple.
Oh no.
Oh no, don't punish me, couple.
That's quite enough. Proceed with the testimony.
I'm going back to prison.
Right, I would like to be locked up now.
Oh boy. The man who claimed to be an inspector that day was definitely not this man.
Is it right to see? You think we would forget these grand lips,
No one could forget those lips. I never leave Fresno Street, alright? I have no intellect.
Are you French and also lip flop guy?
Oui. I have no intellect. I have no interest in anyone other league. I'm all alone in the world, me. I have no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be? Like, I can't do his voice and cover his face with the card at the same time. Is the problem.
You weren't even covering his face with the card. You were
No.
covering his face to you and not to me.
I
It
was
was like
trying.
doing this.
I was trying.
You were doing this.
I was trying to get it right over his face.
Yeah, but you saw like you could still see his face.
No.
Anyway,
I have no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Just look at me, huh? Does it look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this?
I think you got the shit beat out of you, is what I
Totally
think.
so. By Capo, who's into that.
Probably by Gregson. It certainly appear that we have the wrong man, or by someone else.
What have I been telling you, eh?
A strong heart.
There was no need for this pointless testimony.
Ugh.
Ugh. That's what? I'm the Filippo pedo, remember? Fresno Street's all I know. How would I have come by a police inspector's identification book, eh?
Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but... Brief cross-examination, I think, counsel.
Very brief.
Very brief.
Very, very brief.
Isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something?
Yeah, I think you are onto something. Those collars. I stand steadfastly at your side as always, Naruhodo-san.
You're the best, Susato.
I have been covering my ears half this time,
I'm gonna
though.
give you a big hug, Susato.
Yes.
I love you, Susato.
I'm so glad to be back with you, Naruhodo-san.
Mhm.
I will always be by your side.
Just close your ears for the kinky stuff.
I'm just going to cover my ears now.
Cover your ears for the kinky
Especially when you and Kazuma-sama are talking to each other about anything.
stuff. Okay. Good job. Okay. Oh, he's like...
I was the one who stood steadfastly by your side, but...
It's like, your loyalty is Susato-san. Venseeks, and no more flirting with the
Yes.
prosecution.
Not today, anyway.
Next time.
Next.
When you're the prosecution. After I
Next
get you off. I'm gonna get you off, Venseeks. I'm gonna get you off right here in this courtroom. I'm gonna get you off.
What?
That's my job, is to get you off.
What you saying? Stop that. Stop that. The man. Okay. So we have to.
So here's what I want to do. This is probably going to be too soon for this, and I'm probably going to have to press everything.
I know. Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah. I wanted to.
You had a try.
I tried to big brain it, and
You
it's
tried.
not correct. Alright, let's press everything.
Hold it!
Pardon.
So you say, but how can you be quite so certain?
There is no need to have your hands on the desk, monsieur. Surely the reason is obvious. No.
No.
Because I have never before seen lips like this.
The lips of an angel. Nevertheless, there's a clear red mark around Mr. Gossip's neck.
Let's just keep talking about that.
Saying he's gonna get you off. I'm pointing in the courtroom. Hold on. I for some reason my brain is not comprehending what you wrote. What Ryukura is saying is that he's gonna get you off this point. This point of if the courtroom is the box, and then move you to your old point in this courtroom, but I for some reason I'm just not processing what you said. I know that you're making a box joke, but I am not. For some reason, like, my brain is just zero comprehension right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it looks very much like that left behind. Okay. And it looks very much like that left behind on the neck of your colleague by your prized collar. Prized collar. This is
Prized
so
collar.
fucking...
Mon Dieu, with your words, it is like you tried to wring my neck. Mm.
It does look very much like my neck, though, eh? I do like showing it off.
Stop it. No, no. No, this is a birthmark, lad. The biggest lips in London and a neck to die for. They broke the mold when they made me. It's, wow. For the first time in my life, I feel lucky to have been born with the red hair.
And I thought being Japanese made you stand out in London.
So you maintain that you've never seen this man before? Oui, c'est ça. I swear to it by the flames of my hair.
So fierce pride has outgrown the frustration with your hair now, has it?
Hold it!
Well, yes, I don't imagine I'll forget those lips in a hurry either.
Oh, Dukin.
They actually make me physically ill at this point.
Never forget these lips.
That is what I am saying. For some reason, it makes me want to eat the, how does a Fabian call it? An eclair. You know, I've never seen hair as black as yours before either. I want to eat you.
Likewise, I've never seen red hair like yours up until I came to Britain.
See, you want to choke me? I mean, maybe as a nationality trait.
Back off.
What? I don't understand. Why are you so mad? You don't have to be mad. It's just a game.
Glare.
Why you have to be mad? Maybe other people from this Amanda country have the grand lips.
No, lad, I was born right here on Fresno Street, and I've never left.
This is a problem, see?
So you definitely didn't go to the park on Lime Street that day, Mr. Gossip?
Now, how many times do you want me to say it, eh? Never leave Fresno Street, alright? I've no interest in any red-headed league.
Time evil plan that might be banned from the Discord is if it is going to post any lip flopping,
Yeah.
legitimately, yes, that will get you banned from the Discord, and
Do
I'm
not
being
do.
110% serious right now.
Do not
It's
do.
actually nauseating and kind of triggering for me. I have a very, like, medical, like, grossness, and it, especially things like swollen things and like, it's actually making me sick just thinking about it. So if that's what you're thinking about, I don't care how loyal of a viewer you are, I will ban you or time you out from the Discord. I love you very much, Riddles. Please don't do that.
Don't. We love you, Widdles.
We love you, Widdles. I'm
You know
saying
you
this,
would never
I'm
do
saying
this
this
to
with
us.
all the love in the world, but there are certain things I draw very hard lines on.
Hold it!
So you'd heard of the Red-Headed League, had you?
You don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, huh? It's my business to know what's going off in town.
Yeah, that's a good plan, Riddles. Like, I'm legitimately, like, holding my hand up to the screen and making sure I don't see this man's face when he does the lip flip thing. Like, it actually makes me physically sick.
I sold that tasty tidbit to a fair few redheads that came past me. That's between us, I even got sandwich to cough up for it. Ha 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 ha.
There is another witness and Ace Attorney.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It was the guy with the nose.
That guy was just awful.
Yeah, the guy with the nose.
Do not like that guy.
Yeah. Thank you, Riddles. I appreciate you so much. Yeah, there are certain things that I have to take a hard ass line for, but I appreciate that you respect those.
Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts.
Yeah. Who knows? Get it?
Hey.
Who knows? Wink.
Hey, wink, wink, wink.
Mew.
But as you can see, my own hair has not got a hint of red in it. And in any case, Westmill Street's my path. You won't catch me sidling off to some other part of town? No, sir, not likely. Excuse me.
Let's talk.
Let's talk about that.
Mr. de Rosal.
Oui. Can I help you?
Did Mr. Gossip's word just now just lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps?
It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park. A small house or something. To be the headquarters of your red-headed league, yes. I visited an housing agent on Lime Street, and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent.
What?
It's gonna be about shitty housing again. What?
Mr. Gossip with the housing agent?
He had some kind of contract in his hand, and they were clearly discussing terms. No, you're mistaken, Tom. I've never let Festival treat me like I said before. You've mistaken me for someone else, someone with the same face.
No, the captain is right. I remember it too. He was paying with the man with the banknotes.
With notes? Like I said, that wasn't me.
I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. And then I looked at the name on the papers.
And what name was written? Mr. Gossip?
No, this man, he lies. He tells you it has no name. But in fact, his name is Hugh Boone. It's better than Mr. Gossip, I think, see?
Oh, we got him. I'm a peddler of tidbits of information, like I said, on Westmill Street, and that's that. I don't much like folk talking about my personal life. Ooh, it's getting serious now.
Indeed. And it's not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses, unless you're lying on the stand, in which case, fuck you. Very well, I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all court records of this trial. Excuse me? No! Objection!
What? Objection, objection.
I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Hello?
The
Why would we not
defense
object?
Fucking objects here.
Is he really gonna say he has a 1 in a million faces that say it was not him but a doppelganger?
Yeah.
Exactly. Also, these guys are like, we've never seen a man like this in our entire life, and then suddenly they've seen a man like this.
In their entire life, right now.
Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case. Good gracious, do you similarly object, Prosecutor Sogi?
As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings.
Well, I never. In what capacity? Judge. Did you have a stroke?
Judge.
Are you okay?
Judge.
Aji. Are you okay? Do you have what is it called? Alzheimer's. That's the one. I'm like, it's not amnesia, it's not Asperger's, it's Alzheimer's. That's to like go
Do you
through,
have
like,
amnesia? Do you have very mild amnesia? You've just forgotten the first half of the trial today.
I'm like trying to go through the afflictions with A in my head. Although I would not call Asperger's an affliction, because it is simply
neurodivergence.
Huge bone.
Hugh Boone.
Huge bone.
The name of the leaseholder of the room.
So he has a huge bone, you say.
Naruhodo-san.
He also has a kinky neck.
I'm covering my ears now.
Sorry, Susato. I don't have my sword anymore, so I
Yeah.
can't show you how erect I am.
I've got your sword over here.
You have possession of my sword and also your own. So 2 swords,
2 swords, 1 bone.
dual wielding. 2 swords, 1 bone. Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room.
I suggest, sir, that you start talking.
Oh,
Ooh.
yeah, get fierce.
Get him!
Oh,
Get him,
him.
Kazuma!
Oh, get him.
Ugh, so pretty.
I love that face of his.
He's just so fierce.
I love how
Arr.
Angor he is. He Angor.
Angor.
Start talking.
Start talking.
Start talking.
Well, oh, if you insist. I suppose that might be the case, I.
So your real name is Huge Bone.
No,
Hugh Boone.
it's who das.
Huge ass.
Huge lips.
Hugh Jackman.
Wolverine.
Wolverine. So your real name is Wolverine.
I made the adamantium.
What?
I'll just be too nuts. I don't like to blow me on trumpet, but with a face like this, I'm not the gotta. Sorry. I'm sorry.
I just need to lean down about 2 inches and never mind.
There's no finer peddler of tidbits in town. So I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a falling down backstreet townhouse.
You do.
And once every 6 months I go and pay the rent to the 18th on Lime Street. I remember now, there were 2 vulgar redheads in there the last time.
If even what is a vulgar, it's not a me.
Think again, Pepino. Why didn't you bring this up before?
Because fuck you, that's why.
Because fuck you, that's why. It's like I told you already. I don't like people talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss.
You will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone. Mr. Bone!
Mr. Bone, if I must. So the leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered. Has been here under our noses all along. This is another parallel to the professor case. They're so good at that. I rent the room where that fellow was.
Hold it!
So, you live in that room presumably, do you?
No, I don't live there. What do you think? That's no bed, is that? That's a desk.
Like, hello? Because all the witnesses like to commit perjury. Exactly, Riddles. Then, why would you want to rent it?
Well, I don't think I should have to say, really. Do you
A
tell
man
people
died
where
in there? Hello, a body was found? I think that any information regarding the room is extremely important. Hello?
Can't a man keep his kink dungeons and his redhead fantasies to himself? Perhaps, but then how about the notice board in there? Your conspiracy theory board? It was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only the police should have had access to. No, that board's not mine. The inspector must have brought it along.
Well, you
He
know.
just went merrily to the streets of Fresno, and he just hauled the notice board. It's only the other bits involved that belong to me, the desk and the chair and all that.
People don't generally carry enormous notice boards around with them.
Mm-hmm.
The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed in there in your room?
Well, obviously, it's not the faintest idea. I mean, it's costing me no end of bother, to be honest. Seems to me that Mr. Boone, Mr. Wolverine,
Mr.
would rather... He'd rather as little is known about his room as possible for some reason. Such as that it's a kinky dungeon. I did not just say that.
It's a kink dungeon!
Mm.
Yes, it does come across that way, and more importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. It gyaktens things, actually. In particular, there's one part of his testimony that's really bothering me now. That's how I'm finally gonna undo this man.
Ooh, undo
I'm gonna
him.
make sure he's undone.
Undo him. Undo him, Ryukun. I'm all alone in the world. That's me. I look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this.
This is when I can present that picture.
Uh-huh.
Protection.
You have no kinfolk, as you put it. Then explain why is it that among the space furnishing we found this photograph in the room?
Ah!
I presume as you've been renting the room, that is a photo, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not?
Well...
Mr. Boone, drop the pretense, and tell the court exactly who you really are.
Ooh. I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone. As the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. I'm daring you. I'm daring you.
No, I will not leave it alone.
Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson.
Objection.
How can you be so sure?
Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features.
But what if you removed them?
What if?
Objection.
But what if we were to look at this the other way around?
What if we were to?
Remove them!
What do you mean?
We need to gyakten the Saibon.
Are you gonna gyakten this?
I'm gonna gyakten it right in your face.
Gyakten it for me, baby.
I'm gonna gyakten all over you. I mean... Yes, counsel, what do you mean? Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip itself is part of an elaborate disguise. Ugh. Then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Huge Bone?
Well, I do have a huge bone, but we don't need to talk about that. Ah!
Have you been listening to this courtroom? Obviously, we do need to talk about that. But, witness, are you still hiding the truth from this court? Yes, because the pursuit music is playing.
Yep, he's hiding the music. If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be...
Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could be. My lord, the defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true nature to the court. Or his identity, anyway.
Please.
Very well then, counsel. What is the identity of the blah 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 blah? Here we go.
Take that.
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil?
Daily Vigil.
I don't recall that name, counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil? It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact, Mrs. Vigil.
What?
From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by 2 red-headed League men.
And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial. Because we've been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich, I can't believe I have to say that, were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course.
And that explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry waiting for you at the Vigil residence.
Now, you just hold on a minute. I don't have the first idea.
What I'm talking about? Really? It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise. Please take that lip off his face. Please take that lip off of his face.
No, please.
Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a washbowl at once.
Oh.
Mr. DeRosa and Mr. DeRosi, you will restrain the witness.
Oui, my lord.
See, my lord.
Oh,
Susato takedown.
that's ridiculous.
Rossi takedown. We're taking you down.
No.
We're taking you down. We put this collar on you, and we take you down.
Eh?
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
So he wasn't
Evan.
beat up in the face, after all.
Thank goodness I don't have to look at that lip anymore.
Nope, it's done.
Well, you're now seeing your true features, I presume. Oh, wow, your clothes, too.
Whoa.
It's nice of them to
Just
bring you a change of clothes.
Whoosh! Like that.
However, your sense of style and color coordination is bad. It's bad. Those 2 colors do not go together at all.
No.
The pinstripes, not pinstripes, the stripy stripes, the vertical stripes, not good with that.
Not working.
Yeah, you really need to
Step up your game.
You need to go to Van Zeeks and Cosima, and they'll give you a nice good makeover.
Give you a makeover. Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face.
Oh, he's kind of pretty though.
He's a very pretty.
He's kind of pretty though.
He's very pretty.
It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. Almost more relieving than Cosimo taking off his mask. Exactly. So, witness, tell the court. Have you seen this man before?
I don't believe it, but...
See, there is no question. This is the inspector that we saw in the park.
Extraordinary. On the day of the Red-Headed League's enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson who appeared before Mr. DeRusso and Mr. DeRossi at the park
was you, disguised as the inspector. Or rather...
Hey, let me finish a sentence.
I'm finishing sentences with you, it's cute.
No.
Was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all?
You're just trying to dom me.
A little bit.
But I'm the top right now.
So you claim.
Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The chief warder? Then your career had promise. Why would you quite possibly... Why, you would have quite possibly become the future governor of the prison. Why on earth would you have been doing peddling as peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street? Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison.
10 years? I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this.
You should be sorry about that lip thing.
Yes, it's true. I am daily vigil.
Where'd you get that ring?
And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago.
Yup.
So, where did Mr. Q Boone come from?
It's a huge bone, Kazuma.
This is my
You could
serious face.
You could see the G in the thing. You pronounce it huge.
Where did Mr. Wolverine come from? Boone is the other me.
I think Wolverine is probably a mutant.
It's a name I invented.
Well, evidently there is a great deal under the surface here. God, reading.
I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become.
Sure.
Do tell.
I mean, this is the tittle tattle.
As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment as Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. But times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street.
But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you're the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I've never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Huge Bone.
Told you that's how it was pronounced, Kazuma.
I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street.
The scene of the very crime we're investigating.
Yes, that's right. Place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler. And transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room. But that explains it.
But why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place? Well, because a murder happened and he didn't want to be implicated.
I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons.
Aww.
And without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. Poor guy.
So instead you decided to conceal your occupation from them.
Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder at the prison. Ah, yes, well, that's where the crime came in.
Very true. Could have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of being of somewhat misbegotten employment.
That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. Oh.
What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth?
It was some years after I'd invented Boone and begun my other life as a street seller. He, the inspector that is, recognized me one day. Whoa.
So you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours?
I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. And from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Then one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him.
What secret? What was it? Tell us all about the secret assignment.
Expose your secrets. I was to impersonate the inspector. Whoa! He just gacked on our gacked on. What? Impersonate him? Look at that.
Right, he's so...
Ugh.
Oh, you handsome.
So
Oh, you're handsome. No matter what
Ugh.
face you'll make, you're
He's so
handsome.
handsome. He's a pretty boy.
Oh, you're such a handsome boy.
Ugh. We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me.
Visit Orxie's tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress.
It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially.
Scotland Yard inspector willingly relinquished his identification to your care with the intent to deceive. That, as I'm sure I need not point out, is a very serious criminal offense.
Oh boy, man. Oh boy. But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions.
Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if I end up a croaker. Well, you went and blabbed about it.
Blabbed about it. In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him.
So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really...
Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my bone disguise, and then went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. Never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. Wow. That is a revelation. We did not have that on our conspiracy theory board.
We sure didn't.
Well.
We didn't have that on our conspiracy theory board.
It would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case.
What? Now hang on just a minute.
Damn.
Explain yourself, Prosecutor Sogi.
My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered. At the hands of these two red-headed League men when they imprisoned the inspector.
Meow. I'm sorry, Riddles.
But no, that can't be. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day, it was me. Oh goodness. Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with this murder of the inspector, only kinky things. And merci, Monsieur de la Défense, for proving it.
What? Ugh! Okay, but I don't really think those two murdered him.
No.
Order, order, order. Indeed, it would appear that we have reached the de facto conclusion of sorts. You know what is sad? There's no jury, so no submission examination.
No strut.
So no strut.
No strut.
No hip twirls.
No hip twirl. Cosima will never get to see that as Cosima with his full memory returned. But he has the memory as the apprentice.
Those witnesses have no involvement in the murder of the victim. As proven, somewhat ironically, by the defense. Ugh. hereby call an end to the cross-examination.
Hold it.
Hold it.
Benzeeks?
Cosmo?
Maybe Kazuma?
He wants
Oh,
answers.
it's Kazuma. Ooh.
Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I'd like to top this
Oh,
one again.
oops. Oops, sorry. I needed to look at my armband. Your armband. Our armband? Our armband?
I would like to pose one further question to the witness.
What about to the defense?
I do have a question to propose to the defense, but after the trial.
Yes, I will be your top.
Wait, what?
Kazuma? What question, counsel?
It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time. 10 years ago?
Exclamation mark. The execution of the professor. Genshin Impact. The Genshin Isogi.
I want to know exactly what your involvement was.
Ooh. I totally didn't have my captions on this whole time.
Oh. Ooh. Oh. Answer me, man.
One moment, counsel. Is this related to the current case? Eh.
Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked.
Does the defense concur, counsel? Kazuma? You're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual.
Poor Kazuma-sama. No wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Asugi Genshin-san's last moments with his own father.
I know. I do understand that. But even so... How's it...
Yeah.
Prosecutor Asogi.
Exclamation mark.
Do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death?
Oh.
Ooh.
Whoa. I need you to trust me. Please. Oh, Kazuma.
Very well. And the defense has no objection. I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness.
The truth is, I remember very little of that time. You've forgotten? I'm sorry to say yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago.
No, you didn't. You were fired.
Yeah. But for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. The peculiar reason being that I'm lying through my teeth. Does that not strike you as strange, Naruhodo-san?
Sorry?
Well, 10 years is a long time. But to have forgotten the reason why he left such an important job?
Yes, you're right. Not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know.
The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily. Which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Sorry, the human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. When we experience pain and suffering.
Sorry. Sorry.
History, please.
I did not actually mean.
Fucking God.
I didn't mean to actually press the button there.
When we experience pain and suffering.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I actually really meant to do the Y. I really did.
When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface.
That's not completely true, but...
And when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed.
But, you know, in Ace Attorney terms, it will be.
But I really don't. Cosmo-sama. But if it must be crushed, then so be it. Because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out, one way or another.
We know you're gay. Right. Now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth at any cost. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Should I present the evidence or not? Obviously.
Do it. Present
Obviously,
it.
we're presenting. Oops. Doing button struggles to me too. I have no idea how this is going to go, but this is a court of law and I have a duty to pursue the truth. No, you have a duty to get your client off, but you pursue the truth regardless.
That's his integrity.
That's your integrity. Yeah, not your duty. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to take a look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events. You were motherfucking fired.
Take that!
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago.
Well, yes.
In other words, you claim to have left the post of chief warder on your own volition.
Well, yes, of course. Why?
Tell me, why ain't nothing? Wait. Do you remember seeing this document before?
No, I don't.
This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment.
A dismissal notice?
And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil.
It's not Huge Boone.
Nope.
Huge Bone. Wolverine? What? It's mine? So you didn't resign from the prison service at all? For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Barclay. No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense. Isn't it? Oh no. If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been good reason. Clearly. You did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on the 17th of June, 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. The 17th of June.
Was that the professor's execution?
Professor. As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet, that execution never took place. The convict, ostensibly executed earlier that day, later re-emerged from his grave. The convict came back to life.
In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness.
Enoch Trevor.
Right.
However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly.
I still don't believe that.
No.
Something else must have
No.
happened.
Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. This case is about an apparent gunshot that didn't actually go off.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on the 17th of June 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them up.
Mr. Vigil.
Yes, the whole prison. It was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane.
What? What?
The news was in the prison, and yet they've kept this under wraps all these years?
Order. Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of that time have returned?
My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams. Oh my goodness. The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost.
Yes, Enoch Trevor. But surely those reports were exaggerated.
There were traces at the scene. Traces?
Sorry.
Traces of what?
Sorry, traces of what?
Oh. In Lowgate Cemetery, at plot number 139, blood. Lots of blood.
Chicken blood?
Pig blood? Mm-hmm. That's where the man was buried, of course. How far around the courtroom are we gonna wind? Oh, that far. Obviously, something terrible had happened there.
Did you want to see Cosmo's ass?
I did. Let's see how much of his ass we could see. The answer is none.
The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite goddamn fucking reading.
I reviewed the police records from that time extensively. Done my research. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved.
Are you suggesting the prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom?
Yes, and I was suspected of doing it.
Oh.
Of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape.
You did what?
I remember now, the horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower. Ooh. I'm sorry, Daly. This is hard to jump to his accent. This is a serious business. I don't know. But can I help you, new? As chief warder, you were responsible for overseeing the execution of her, eh? Well, it seems the fellas at Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. You had better pack your things, laddie. We are to attend in person. As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew,
Yeah, he is about to take off his helicopter. He
Yep.
just keeps going faster and faster.
Oh.
This is Daly, or the professor, the most hated in our country's history.
Oh,
No.
and I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over. Oh.
He jumped out the window.
Oh, damn.
He scram.
Collapse. Wow. He jumped out the window and hit his head. Got amnesia.
Order, order, order. Bailiff, fetch a doctor at once. Orders adjourned for the day with immediate effect.
Wow.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
Wow.
Yep, was right with two-part trial and further investigation.
You
And
got
then-
it. You called it.
And then after this next investigation, there's going to be another two-part trial.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
All right. So what we're going to do is we are going to adjourn for a quick breaky break. And we're going to say probably 10, 15, 20 minutes, close to that. So apologies if it takes longer than that, but we are not ending stream. We're just going to go to a BRB. We're going to put on some nice calming music. And yeah. Woo! Oh my god, I totally the mic was muted. So, yeah, I was muted. Thank you. I had lunch. The sweetie still needs to go down and get food because they did not have food to eat. And so ordered food to be delivered, and we'll have to go down and grab food. But yeah, 5 o'clock. So in roughly 3.5 hours, we're going to go and go to the manure lighting.
Yeah. Well, we'll leave a little bit before 5 to be there.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's literally outside the door, so.
Right. It should be right outside the door, and then we're gonna end stream, and then we'll maybe start stream again. We'll see.
We'll see how our voices are.
I still can't quite believe what just happened. So more of having everyone's voice when the food arrives.
Yep. That's what's gonna happen. It's gonna be Herlock and Banzeeks and Cosmo all chatting.
And Susato.
Yep. I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned, and that guy died on the stand. I mean, it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to the hospital to recover. Probably St. Sinners. I'm just suspecting right now.
Right.
Unnecessary flashback. 10 years ago.
10 years ago now.
You can maybe.
Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of a window of the prison governor's office.
Boy.
But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret, not his family, not even the man himself. But I forced it out into the open.
Well, you and Cosmo.
Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder?
Oh, poor
Oh.
dear Kun. You poor dear Kun.
He's a good boy!
You're a good boy. You're finding the truth and nothing but the truth.
Mm.
Bruno!
Oh, Iris!
I've come to inject a little bit of levity into this moment because you seem sad. You were miles away. Anyway, I've
Miles Edgeworth?
Mr. Edgeworth, is there nothing we can do? Well, I've brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you because that is the one thing that I can do, literally.
Oh, thank you.
You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you?
Yeah, because you weren't allowed to be there.
Oh. Well, yes, we have. Thank you, Iris. Please tell me there's no hair dye in this tea. How thoughtful of you.
Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? I just want to keep an eye on him. You know, so we know where he is at all times so I can avoid him.
As if I ever know where he is.
When we came out of the courtroom and back into the defendant's antechamber, he'd disappeared.
That's very like him, don't you think? I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, "I must leave." I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death, or if he's just off to try to pay the rent again.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Well, you know what Hallie's always saying, don't you? He's always saying toodaloo whenever anything
My dear
important comes
fellow.
up. My dear fellow, there are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. For the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else.
What does that
Not
mean?
Son, we're going to have to tell her eventually. He knows very well that when you open someone else's own wounds, you often open your own too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him.
That's so true.
But that's what I like about Ellie after all.
I suppose that's a lot of a great detective in some ways.
So then, let's have tea and then I'll give you a hand.
Oh, do you have time, Iris?
What else do you think I'm going to do? Sit around here?
I'm 10.
I finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Is Naruhodo-san going to be in there? You know I always hide Hallie's violins in the days before I have a deadline, just to fuck with him.
You do? Poor Mr. Sholmes.
I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Could you hide it always, though? Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation. How about we see Kazuma?
We see Van Zeeks.
We see both of them. We see Kazuma.
We
and
see Van Zeeks.
We see the combination Kazuma and Van Zeeks. Ooh, the Reaper's innocence. So how did it go in court this morning?
Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zeeks definitely didn't do it.
Oh, goody. Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really?
And there was another development, too. Kazuma.
Kazuma he's a development.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that man, he's a development. Yes, it's quite clear now that Kazuma-sama is not himself.
Oh my gosh! That's your third month of the 3 months that Fu gave you. That's amazing.
Yay.
Hi, West. How are you doing?
Yay, yay, yay.
How are you doing? Happy Hanukkah.
Happy Hanukkah.
Happy Hanukkah.
The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed.
He's traumatized. I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. It's very like Edgeworth, like with Adrian.
Yeah.
You know, like more
Ruthless.
really focused on the truth than
Yes.
with not hurting someone.
Yeah.
Tired, unemployed, and psychotically optimistic.
It's a good look.
Yeah,
The second half of it.
yeah. All of it, kinda. Honestly, it's all me. You described #me. #me. That's me. It is a mood. It's a big, big mood. What's going on inside his head, I wonder?
Go find out.
Probably trauma. I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through.
Please, motherfucking please. Go sit down with Kazuma.
We have been in Chicago, is what we've been. We had a very eventful Thanksgiving.
Yes, we did.
It was full of events.
I met her family.
You met
part of her
my family, mostly my mom's side. And yeah, we had a decent time.
We had a good time. And,
Yeah.
and we spent a lot of that time really wanting to be here doing this strem.
Yes, we spent a lot of this time wanting to do this strem. But we need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through.
Try to understand Kazuma.
Oh, well, he went from a cold place to an awful place. So... I need to sit down with Kazuma and understand what he's going through.
Please, mother, please. Go see Kazuma.
Let's talk about Van Zeeks, though.
Yeah.
Just springing from one boyfriend to the other. If Gregson really was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zeeks has to be innocent, you see.
What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out just by examining the corpse, surely.
My name's not Shirley, but...
Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. Think we're going to need to
if the body was killed the day before, there would have been...
I
mean, but this is Ace Attorney. They're not gonna...
It's Ace Attorney.
They only talked about rigor mortis when it was convenient for them.
We need to go to the coroner's office.
Right.
That is curious.
There are still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zeeks, though, aren't there?
So many. Like, what does he think of me? Does he like me?
Yeah, like, what does he like to do?
What is he into?
Yeah.
Do you mean?
I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place? Was he looking to get collared? And chained to the bed?
Was he looking to collar you and get...
Right.
Well, according to the man's testimony...
Also, Wes, that may sound completely out of context, but that is completely within context of what happened in the trial. We talked extensively about being collared and chained to a bed.
Canonically.
Canonically, that is
This
the thing
was
that
the actual-
happened
yeah.
in witness testimony. I've given up on understanding you two. No, this is this game.
This is this game.
We didn't do anything.
No, the game just fed it to us.
It spoon fed it to us.
It was ridiculous.
That was actual legitimate things that happened in the testimony. It was someone was collared and chained to the bed.
Yep.
Yep.
Roll with it. That's what we do. We roll with our bad selves.
You can see
Look.
the collar marks on this man and on this man too. They have collar marks.
No, we didn't see that on the very handsome people in that list.
No,
we saw
it
that
was
on the one who looks like a
the one
child.
that looks like a baby and the one that has a very, very ugly lip.
Oh,
God.
okay. Moving
Anyway.
right along. According to Lord Van Zeeks' testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he?
And it turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office.
Ooh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot.
By the way, this is a closed courtroom, and we are just divulging classified information to you, Iris, a child.
Much like Lord Van Zeeks just divulged secrets to you as well, isn't it?
True, yeah. But then why was that notice board that, in there all covered with those particular papers? Papers about the cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this.
Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish.
We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late. Also, we should probably start by going to see Cosmo-sama.
Let's talk about Gregson's movements.
How are your movements doing today?
How are your movements?
Inspector Gregson. So how are your movements? Have you been regular?
Have you had a movement in the past 24 hours? It's just a corpse lying on the ground. Like, awesome. Did you get enough fiber? Exactly.
This autopsy is definitely strange.
Yeah, we need to know about Gregson's movements. I never imagined I might be investigating into an inspector's movement.
We cannot continue this joke.
Oh,
I
God.
can't accept it. Well, according to the entry in his diary, I do so love to read people's diaries. Except for Cosmo-sama's, no one can touch that one ever. He was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death. He also noted that the bar's fish and chips had gone south.
Thank you, T-Chef.
You mean he was doing the same as Ellie?
Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas Inspector was supposed to be investigating.
I do wish it'd been the other way around.
Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil, in possession of Gregson's identification.
You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi.
Oh!
You're a smarty pie, Iris.
Oh! You
Yep.
are a smarty pie.
He's basically been using this guy all along to establish an alibi for the times when he's off investigating and doing other things, like investigating the
Wow.
Reaper, blah.
Also, hi, T-Chef. We are doing great.
Yes,
We
we
have
are
been
doing
doing
good.
this all day.
All day long. Oh my. Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris.
But why would Gregson need an alibi?
It would appear that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret.
I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips. That is how we shall remember him on his tombstone.
It just says, Inspector Gregson, lover of fish and chips. There's gonna be no dates on it?
Mhm.
Every year we will come and leave fish and chips on his gravestone.
Aww, that's really cute. But perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar.
I think perhaps perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies.
Well, anyway, if Lord Van Zieks felt the need to investigate Gregson...
Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows. Let's go visit both your boyfriends.
Yeah!
Vigil, you say?
Joe, that's funny.
Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday? That's right, to ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her find her missing husband.
Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us.
Like he does.
Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to the hospital? Do you know which one?
It's Saint Sinners.
Saint Sinners!
Saint Sinners! It's Saint Sinners!
It's Saint Sinners!
Surprising no one.
I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down.
Love it. That's amazing, Runo. You found the lady's husband already. You have the makings of a great detective yourself.
Well, I suppose I have, by accident.
That's much like Hurley. He solves most of his cases by accident.
Right.
And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No!
No.
No!
So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed.
Sometimes I really don't want to grow up.
You shouldn't.
Don't do it.
There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in to impersonate the inspector.
To impersonate Gregsy? But why?
I have absolutely no idea.
We've got some idea. Ginny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Bruno.
What do you mean? I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me.
That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though.
I don't think there's anyone in London that looks like me.
So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you? Let's visit everyone.
Just back to St. Sinners, then.
Okay, first stop, Cosma.
First stop, Van Zieks. Where would Cosmo even be?
I don't. The chief prosecutor's office? I don't know.
Yeah, the
Lord
chief-
Strongheart?
Yeah.
I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let us investigate, my dear fellows. Oh, Iris, you're even more enthusiastic than usual today.
I want to see a dead body.
With lots of blood. If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will soon set them straight.
That water pistol?
It's stuffed full of a piping hot extra special blend of mine. Then I'm quite sure it will be very effective.
I better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still.
Does that
We haven't had a logic and reasoning extraordinaire or whatever. Spectacular. That's it.
Spectacular.
The logic and reasoning spectacular. We haven't had one of those in a very long time. Let's go and see what we can find out.
I'm gonna run into him at the worst time.
Yes.
Alright, options.
Let's go.
What are our choices?
All right, we can't go to these two places.
You've got Lord Chief Justice's
We could go to
office. That's
prison.
where, so we've got.
We could go to the Lord Chief Justice's office.
We could go to Van Zieks first.
We already went. Oh, he's here.
Oh, God, but Strongheart's fucking
Oh,
here.
look at that ass.
Hi. Hello. Hi.
Wilson shooting. We telling Iris now.
Yep. Not yet.
Hello.
No arguments, Prosecutor Sogi. Oh, you will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear?
Ooh, he's getting scolded.
I said, didn't I, that he's risking it here. That if they go to investigation phase, that like he can't push too far. Strongheart's gonna come down on him. Perfectly. It's Kazuma-sama.
Defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. He never did know when to back down.
Ooh.
God, he stands with his hips thrust forward so much.
On your way now, Asogi. My lord.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, handsome.
How's my hair? Susato, how's my hair?
It looks spiky as always.
Kazuma.
No!
Kazuma, come back!
Do not! No!
He left without saying a word. Yeah, you should probably eat something, West.
Well, Strongheart is right there, so...
Mm.
Yes, what are you... What are you doing here? Right?
Oh, sorry. Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions if you wouldn't mind.
I would, but I have 7 minutes and 30 seconds to talk to you. I wanted Van Zeek's trial concluded today.
That's right, because your symposium's...
My symposium is tomorrow.
Isn't it today?
Well, I held it off for a brief moment. But Prosecutor Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary. I've got my sights on that man now.
Unwelcome inquiries.
As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42, 43. Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Naruhodo-san.
In a miraculous not even 5 minutes?
I've got my conspiracy theory board right here. Let's tie this all together. Uh-huh.
I love text-to-speed as well.
My hair asthma, too.
Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information.
We're not gonna
Let's have a
Cosmo.
talk. Yeah, we just got to see him for a little bit. Does Prosecutor Asogi believe that Lord Van Zeeks is the Reaper?
I wouldn't know.
Why would you ask that?
It was 10 years ago, in that fateful close trial, that Lord Van Zeeks made a name for himself among the judiciary. But the next trial he fought, he lost.
Ooh.
It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress.
But that's awful.
The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days. Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe. Yikes. Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey.
And people believed Lord Van Zeeks was responsible.
He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident. Zeeks has been on trial before. Whoa.
Also, Riddles, hashtag relatable, because the sweetie and I have both lost weight since we bought our rings.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to get a new one, but they couldn't get a new one because the size wasn't on sale.
I tried again, but I became allergic to the covering. Actually.
Yeah, so it didn't quite work.
Yeah.
So, we both had to get new rings, but there's just very loose now.
It's loose, and then sometimes when
So we
I
have
go
to get a
fling-
real one.
Yeah, we need to get real rings.
Real rings, real gold rings, and not gold-plated rings.
Thanks, Amazon.
Thanks, Amazon.
Right.
So I must have had a solid alibi then.
Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial,
Maybe.
and the impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated.
Is that why it's a closed trial?
Precisely.
You're the Reaper.
You're the Reaper.
This
Clint's
guy-
the Reaper, you're the Reaper, one of these people is the Reaper, but you're probably the Reaper.
Someone's a Reaper.
You're reaping the reaping.
Someone's reaping.
This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years.
Real gold, but not pure gold. That stuff is too soft. Exactly.
Mhm.
Yeah, something... some kind of alloy.
Mm-hmm.
You know. So the last one was the professors? The trial of Genshin Impact Asogi?
That trial would have had a great impact on the British public if we had allowed it to be public.
Right. The Genshin Impact.
The Genshin impact. You are correct.
Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart.
Mm-hmm. We did hear that.
I agree, Riddles, you do.
Yes. Van Zieks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later. With the son of the man Van Zieks had condemned now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way.
I don't think that's the case.
I've put all the pieces together here. I've tied up all the strings on this conspiracy theory board. Don't think you're ahead of me, man.
They do say that what goes around comes around.
However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well.
Kazuma is?
I like my organization to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others.
Ah, so that's what all these gears are about in here.
If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps.
What do you mean?
I will eliminate him from the trial. Not something with which you need concern yourself.
I'm a little concerned.
Little concerned, Strongheart. Little concerned.
I am a little tiny bit concerned.
In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow.
Will they?
Will they, though? I now have a... okay. So, Strongheart tries to assassinate Kazuma, and Van Zieks protects him. Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours. Oh my, that is a long time. And I hold you entirely responsible.
We've only been here for like 5 minutes, even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes. I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Asogi?
Please, please, please. Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside of the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, because you are begging with your little eyes...
He's got those, like, little shiny puppy
your
eyes.
Little puppy dog eyes. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office.
His office?
His office. Is he taking
Probably
over
Van Zieks' office, yeah. Oh, thank you.
Yes. Yes. Oh, God. Let's go to see him at once, Nanahoda-san! Okay, hang on. I just need to check the status of it.
Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not all sure I'm really not at all sure how I talk to him at the moment.
Okay, wait. I need to check and see how soon my food is gonna come. Okay. It's pretty close. Maybe instead of going right to Kazuma, just because I'm going to have to run down and grab my food in a couple minutes, so maybe we could
go see
either Zeeks or
let's
Vigil.
go to Mr. Vigil.
Okay, because that one is a little bit more interruptible.
Right. Hopefully.
I think he's there. Oh.
Nope.
No, they're telling us we can't see him yet. Okay, so what else we got here?
Prison?
We got Fresno Street Room?
That's the...
Oh, that's the scene of the crime. That's investigating the scene of the crime. Yeah.
Sorry.
Alright, we're seeing Van Zieks.
Sitting there gaily.
I'm ignoring you.
Lord Van Zieks is reading. Look. He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he?
But he must have noticed that we're here, surely.
I am being aggressively silent. What do you Nipponis want?
That's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it?
Perhaps not.
Huh?
I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruto?
Oh.
Oh, well, there's a lot you could do for...
Yeah,
this
right now, or
lot.
just in general?
Lord Van Zeek, speaking earnestly. Achievement unlocked.
Right?
Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow. Very amusing.
This does feel very, very strange.
Oh, this is really interesting reversal. It's like he doesn't know how to talk to his best friend in the world. And now his greatest adversary is speaking earnestly with him and he doesn't know how to handle that either. Oh, it's such a good game. It's such a good game. I love this game.
It's almost like Van Zeeks is his best friend in the world.
I must say, I was impressed.
I'm gonna impress myself on you. I mean, oh, well, thank you.
Not by you. By your fellow
Oh,
Nipponese.
Cool.
Your-
Never mind. I thought you were being nice to me.
Of course not. Your prosecutor
Oh,
friend.
I see. Yes.
It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you.
That's kind of a dream of mine. I'm not gonna be.
Just-
not gonna
just
lie
let
there. I mean,
I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Oh, Lord Van Zeeks.
played the part.
Okay, hang on. Before we go on. Yeah, so, chat with everyone.
Yeah.
Have a good time.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Van Zeeks is just gonna stand there.
He's just gonna stand there menacingly. Wow. We've got 2 tops right now. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how. I really just want to get to the talk to Kazuma right now. You called you to. Okay, yeah, sure. I will be right back then. Yeah. I actually am just gonna pull up the BRB screen for a minute because it is a little bit awkward to be sitting here trying to entertain you myself, but the sweetie will not be very long. Okay, I will tell them that. I will tell them that when they get back. Thank you, Riddles. Have fun, enjoy. And yeah, we will see you Thursday. Yeah, we'd see you Thursday, Riddles. I mean, the rest of you we're seeing now. The rest of you we are just going to continue to see. But yeah. I'm really looking forward to how this I might actually not pull up the BRB screen right now. Sorry. My brain is like all over the place. I'm so sorry. I'm tired. But I want to see this Kazuma talk because these two have needed to talk for a long time. They've needed to talk since Kazuma got his memory back. And they haven't been able to talk. So this is gonna be significant and probably heartbreaking. And if it isn't significant or heartbreaking, I'm going to lose my shit. But the truth is that it's probably just going to be just tantalizing enough, like, because again, they have to leave some loose ends for us to put together in court and all that kind of stuff, and they gotta just tease you and string you along and do all that fun Ace Attorney stuff. So I'm hoping that it's going to be very revealing and very like full of Kazuma's feelings and heartbreak and all that stuff. But what I'm concerned that it's going to be is there's so much I want to say to you, but I just cannot say it to you right now, and you're not acting like yourself, but all will become revealed in tomorrow's trial. And that's not my favorite. So I'm certainly not in love with that prospect. But this game has also consistently been way better than we've expected. So, you know, there's a little bit of hope that it's going to be better than what we expect. But also not predictable. But we're also trying to temper our expectations to what we think that Ace Attorney is actually going to be. So I am just a tiny bit concerned, but what I am happy about is that we're starting to like pull back the layers of Van Zieks, because he is a man who's like, as much as Ryukun has been talking about how scary Van Zieks is and how intense he is, and how he kind of got swept up in the myth of the Reaper as well. Like, there's always just kind of been this underlying softness about him and an underlying purpose to his actions. And, like, even though he was talking in the jail cell about how he doesn't trust anybody, I think that he has put his trust in Ryukun more times than he says so. So, is that my baby I hear? Mew! Hi, Space Kitty, how you doing? Hi, Space Kitty. How has your morning been? It's actually not even morning here. It is afternoon. It is almost 2:30. Good time zone. How has your day been so far? Same time as you, but I just wake. Oh yeah, I'm definitely of the opinion of it is morning when I wake up. So if I say good morning, it's because I just woke up. Also, like, if it's like 1 a.m. and I say it's night or evening, it's because it doesn't get to be morning until I wake up the next day. Hello, sweetie pie.
Hello. This is going to be very funny because it's exactly as Riddles predicted. This is our time to talk to Van Zieks and Kazuma, and this is when my food comes.
And this is when your food comes, and yep. It's still nice. Yeah, I mean, it's still dark out from 1 to 6 a.m. It is still dark. It's technically morning when it hits midnight. But I think that's stupid. So. Mm-hmm. I smell so much garlic. I smell so much garlic, baby.
It's a spicy garlic sauce.
It's a spicy garlic sauce. It smells like it's just you're eating garlic.
Yep, that's pretty much what I'm eating. Okay, how am I gonna do this?
How are you going to do this? Very, very carefully?
Yeah, I'm gonna not.
Yeah, not have the food on the table that you're moving? Yeah, no, it is garbage. Okie dokie. Move that table, baby. Yeah, no, you're gonna have Van Zieks. These are also gonna be very emotional conversations.
Very emotional moments while I'm trying to eat food.
Yeah.
It's not gonna work.
Mm-hmm.
Why couldn't we have just visited Vigil?
Right?
And I could have had all of the noodles I wanted.
On the bright side, at least the other two characters that are with us isn't you, like Iris and Susato.
Gosh. I know. God damn it. And then Shulm shows up.
Man, you have a really good talent for picking the characters that are going to be significant for the rest of the case.
Fuck.
The only person that I got that was significant for the whole case, I feel like, was first of all McGilded, which fuck that guy. Second of all was Graydon. And then also Gregson. I got a lot of Gregson. But that's why I'm the judge. So okie dokie, let's talk.
We're gonna talk to one of our two tops.
We're gonna talk to our top about the other top.
God, this is the testimony. This is the moment I've been waiting for this entire game.
Yeah, and
This
you've
is
got to
talking
eat your
about
food.
this. I gotta eat my food, and my food's just gonna sit there and be sad. Okay.
You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper. Why?
Wow.
Because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London.
If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything?
But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone is using you.
Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared,
I'm used to being used.
I've been doing my utmost to expose him, or rather, expose the organization. Didn't we suggest in one theory that, like, everyone is the Reaper?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like there's a few people.
There's a criminal organization behind the Reaper, is what he's saying.
Yeah.
But it could be Strongheart in the ring, you know? It's a whole organization? It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case.
Is it Gregson?
Gregson could be running the ring for the Reaper. He could be. It could be Gregson.
Mm-hmm. It could be Gregson. I mean, it could be Gregson. Oh no. I don't like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that Gregson could be the Reaper.
No. Which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved. Yep.
Yeah.
Gregson is the Reaper.
I don't like that.
You can't mean.
Gregson was also in the cutscene where McGilded was murdered.
Yeah. God damn it. It's taken me many years, but I've finally identified the central figure in the Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson.
Yep.
Well, at least we didn't have to spend a lot of time circling around to that.
I don't like it.
Don't like it.
No.
No.
Sorry.
We
that's
all said
Sasato.
no.
No! Gregson. The Reaper.
Gregson's secret.
So, the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper?
As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization.
So he was probably killed while trying to reap somebody.
Uh-huh. I don't believe it.
Thank you, T-Chef.
Are
Thank you
you
again,
saying
T-Chef.
that Gregson, that he was behind all those awful criminals meeting there? Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself. politician. His job was to covertly investigate the Marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi.
Which is where Mr. Vigil comes in, posing as the inspector.
Talk longer, dear Ken. Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper. But the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation.
Wow, that's so interesting. I'm gonna look at the screen for a really long time for no reason.
Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings.
I'm gonna read this really, really slow. So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks, whom is standing right in front of me? Maybe it's not good if I make you laugh while this is happening.
Actually, I do have a name.
You do? It's Lord Van Zeeks. It is Baroque Van Zeeks, that is the name.
It is me.
It's my name.
I've implicated myself.
I have a name. It's me. I have one name. You what?
Well, if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then.
That's not exactly the case, no.
Or if I can
Sheen!
Ah! If I can name the woman. Oh,
Susato.
Dr. Sai. She's a young woman by the name of Asashin.
Assassin.
Ah! God! Ah!
It's a pun on assassin.
Motherfucker! This whole time. This whole fucking time.
It was Aishin. Aishin was everything. Aishin is the whole board. God damn it. Wait. What? Sheen?
This is
Van Zeeks, probably.
Miss Asashin, the true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well.
Oh, she came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson.
You're thinking this, right? You're thinking this to yourself, right?
Then just as it... Yeah, obviously I'm thinking this to myself. Then just as it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape to Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? She was probably gonna try and kill Natsume.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mr. Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss.
No, of course not. We can't even mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father.
In case you weren't paying attention. Asashin, I should let father know at once.
Yes, I agree.
Oh, Prosecutor Asogi, talk to us. Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asogi. You say he's a friend of yours.
Something like that. My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. And in his trunk.
What?
I have nothing but respect for him. What's he gonna do with all that junk inside his trunk?
Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father.
Genshin Isogi, the professor.
It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves.
I see.
But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt.
That you know of.
Why did that damn Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having once saved mine.
He saved your life. How did that happen?
It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital.
So Clint Van Zieks had already been killed at this point, then.
Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden, don't make a people coming with us.
Oh.
We were surrounded. Oh. God, he looks like Miles there.
And look at that Hachimaki.
Oh.
Not really a Hachimaki. He's got it tied around his hair.
Yeah,
His ponytail.
We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I'd been targeted several times before already.
Yeah, it's Van Zieks, alright, we got him.
I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come. Which one of us is Cosmo's father?
You are Cosmo, so
yeah,
probably his father too. Sorry.
If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It was Asogi's voice, just a whisper in my ear. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. 2 days later, they arrested him on suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murder ever, the Professor.
But it was really Gregson who was the professor.
Zaishin. How awful for you. All at once, I lost the brother I revered, and the foreign friend I held in such high regard.
I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks.
That's the end of my miserable tale. Never thought I'd recount it to anyone.
Well, thank you for confiding in me.
The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are.
I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper. Giving assassination orders to Josiah Brett.
Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie. Hooray!
Yes, alright. Let's head back to the Great Lotto. No, we're not gonna do that. I love you.
What? What's that for?
Nothing. I'm leaving.
A new location has been added.
The prosecutor's office is where we're going, though.
I'm not gonna get to eat food. Okay.
Okay.
This is it. This is the moment of truth. How
You're
does
reporting me?
Cosima behave when no one else is watching him?
Oh, it's a little
investigation purposes. So this is the office of prosecutor Asogi now, is it?
Cosima-sama is doing so well for himself, taking over an office. Wait, wow.
Oh, even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor, Japanese style, in the dark corner.
It's his habit to sit Seiza style whenever he's working.
Kazuma.
I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I?
Sorry?
And you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer.
Aww. Take a bite. I demand you take a bite.
Eat a food?
Take a bite.
Okay. Try to eat a food.
Ow.
Second.
Ow.
I need a big bite of food.
Ow. There you go. What?
Just gaze at his beautiful smile.
He's so beautiful.
This is the Cosmo we've been wanting to see again for so long.
Well, I always believed that you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. I just never had imagined for 1 second that it would be as a prosecutor.
Oh, seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama. I'm truly happy for you. And I am truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. Ryunosuke.
Yes.
I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisioned it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate.
I've learned a lot of things during my time in London. About how Susato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Jigoku. And about what happened with your father.
Then you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice, why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself.
I want to hear it from you, Kazuma.
As you wish. Naruhodo, Ryunosuke.
Oh, yeah, bottom. Let's look around.
Why not? Let's look around. Let's see if he comments. Let's see if we get.
Let's talk about chess. There's Lord Van Zeke's incredibly stylish desk.
It's not my style, though. Yes! Yes!
I love it!
Yes! Look at everything.
No, I noticed you've been working at the little table on the floor, kneeling down Seiza style. Boop. I thought it was some kind of punishment set up by Lord Van Zeeks when I first saw it.
I find it the most comfortable way to work.
I can't do it. After a couple of minutes of sitting with my legs folded under me, they start to go tingly.
Is that so? I think you can actually kneel for a long time.
I mean, I can kneel for a long time, but just not...
Don't exaggerate, Ryukun. We both know you can't even manage a minute.
Man, it only takes you a minute to go tingly while you're kneeling.
Oh God, Cosmo!
God.
Missed you so much.
I wanted to talk about the chest, though.
Oh, inspect all the chalices.
Lord Van Zeeks' fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles, all neatly lined up.
Yes, he's extremely particular about all that. He does let me break one every now and then, though.
Right.
He has a strict regime for everything, from the storage of the casks to the bottling of their contents.
Gosh, you must be having a really tough time of it being his apprentice.
Actually, no.
Oh?
He's so particular about it all, he refuses to let anybody touch any of it. So it's been quite easy for me, in fact.
Talk about weird.
He doesn't have to be an office boy at all. He's like, don't touch that. I shall deal with my own chalices.
Don't touch that. Don't touch that either.
Keep
no
your
touching.
hands off of that.
What the?
It's a scale model of the crime scene.
Oh, yes, I realized that. Does the prosecution office make a model of the scene for every single case?
Apparently so. Sometimes it helps to visualize things better and notice things you hadn't spotted before. Actually, the miniature notice board is my work.
Aww.
I made the little notice board. Do you like it?
Be honest, you enjoyed making that.
Aww. He made the little notice board.
He's like, I made it.
I made it.
I made it.
Oh, he made all the little tiny documents.
Do you know who the man in the portrait is?
Why would I? What, really?
It's obviously Clint Van Zeeks. What? But you're Lord Van Zeeks' apprentice.
Yes, apprentice, not friend. Oh.
Ooh.
Damn. And during the time I was suffering from amnesia, I didn't even notice that picture. Wow.
Oh, really? I mean, it's not the smallest picture.
I wouldn't have the first idea what the man decorates his office with. Really?
You're being real moody right now.
I don't know about that.
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 I don't think I agree with that.
I don't know about that, my friend. Bats?
Bats!
What?
You disturbed the bats, did you? Fitting companions of Lord Van Zeeks.
Why does he have bats in his office?
He's got bats.
Actually, I've seen things flying in Lord Strongheart's office too. Doves, I think.
Everyone around here has birds. Perhaps you have to like birds to attain rank in the judiciary here.
I don't think a bat is a bird.
Although bats aren't birds, of course.
How about a sparrow for you?
Aww.
Oh, a sparrow for you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Nothing. Oh, nothing. Sorry. Just thinking out loud.
He gets a sparrow. Like you can have a sparrow.
Casks floor to ceiling, just like the last time we were here. Hollowed barrels, I suppose.
Hollowed. They're arranged according to vintage, flavor, and region. I'm aware of all of this, I'm just not aware of the giant painting of Clint Van Zeeks on the wall.
Right.
That's not suspicious at all. Every week they're all taken out and put back in order.
Why?
He's into that,
What?
I guess.
Every week?
That's just his thing. It's a weird hobby. Lord Van Zeeks can't seem to settle on the perfect way of arranging them, you see.
Oh.
Vintage, flavor, and region don't neatly coincide. That's the trouble.
Gosh, being his apprentice must be a real challenge.
Actually, no.
Yeah. Oh?
He considers the task too important to entrust to anybody else, so he does it entirely on his own.
He just lifts those casks entirely on his own.
That's how he got so buff.
So he's a barrel of laughs here and in court then.
He at least lifted the casks for Lord Van Zieks.
Yeah.
It's like, Hup. Then Lord Van Zieks says, stop that. But I can lift,
I just
bro.
lift it. Yeah. That's why Van Zieks is also so ripped.
Oh, I miss Cosmo so much.
There's nothing
Can't
else
look at
to
anything
yoke
else,
at. There's
nothing
nothing else to yoke
There's
at.
nothing else.
There's nothing else to yoke
The
at.
swords on the wall.
Nope, the swords are not.
All right, now we have to have a serious
Cosmo.
conversation with Kazuma.
Cosmo. Your disappearance.
It's getting on for a year now, since what happened on the SS Berea. You know, when I thought you were dead. We were heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain. When a bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events, I thought I'd lost my best friend forever.
I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up onto the deck.
We already suffered from amnesia at that point.
Yes. I didn't know what had happened or where I was. It was just this voice in my head. There's something you have to do. Something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship and we were docked in a large port.
And you had no concept that that steamship might have been going to Great Britain, right?
Apparently none. It must have been Hong Kong.
Yes, it must have been, presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship.
I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was, in some way, my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. Fierce, Cosmo, damn.
You know, you could have just stayed on the ship. You would have gotten there.
Yep. Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, sounds, smells. My head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realized now that I had escaped as a dead man. Nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course. Oh, how terrifying for you. Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. I remembered how to speak English. Yes!
One being your knowledge of English, I suppose.
That's right. And on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived in Dover. That's how he got so buff.
Mm-hmm.
He was a deckhand. Ha! That must have been some 3 months ago now.
Your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name. But he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world.
Of course. I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point.
So, how did you end up becoming Lord Van Ziek's apprentice, then?
Yeah, how indeed. That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard. And by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play. Would that have been your knowledge of the law? Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office.
And then 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back after the trial involving Trevor.
Yes, I did.
Your father, Genshin. Impact. Ever since I first met you at Yume, you talked about your dream.
Yes, we first met at university. That's what we tell Susato-san. Mark my words, dear Kun. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday.
Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here?
16 years ago.
Oh, he's baby!
He's baby!
He's baby! Oh, it's a baby!
He's got the little curl in his hair.
He's a baby!
When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy.
He's got a sword still.
Wow! We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. Oh, he's had his baby so. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Susato-san. Oh my. Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at Yume. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me. He saw those case files. I saw the case files. Oh. And one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it, assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. Was it Turlock? What I read in that letter changed my entire life.
What did it say?
It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name. Oh no. What if Benzik sent the letter? As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims.
Possibly.
If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer.
I'm so sorry you had to find out that way.
I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. But someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem. But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing? There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree. Well, what did my father have to say about the letter? I couldn't bring myself to show it to him.
What Why not?
Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigoku.
Ooh. To the other visiting student.
He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off.
Oh my god. Oh no.
Whoa.
Also, Space Kitty, that's wonderful. But we're having a moment.
Mhm.
I'm sorry that I've ignored it for this long.
But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Asogi Genshin. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way. Oh, Kazuma-sama. What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering. Naruhodo, Ryunosuke.
Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was...
It's clear that the inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along.
What? You mean you knew?
The real question is, who's been giving orders to the inspector? Yes, Berk Van Zeeks is the real Reaper.
No.
No, Kazuma!
No.
No, Kazuma, no!
Lord Strongheart is the real
Lord
Reaper.
Strongheart is the real Reaper. Yeah, no. And I know that 10 years ago, it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave.
No.
No, Kazuma, no.
Kazuma, no.
No, he was merely seeing that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame. Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. It's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool that they use to do it. No. And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life.
Kazuma.
On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. Oh, Kazuma, you're still in a very dark place.
I'm glad that I examined everything before
Yes,
I talked to him.
I know. Present your armband. Present your armband. Present it. Present.
Kazuma, this is your armband.
Actually, I think it's yours now.
Sorry?
You're the defense lawyer. You have a talent for it. I've always known that you would. And now, you've chosen to take that path in life. As your friend, I couldn't be happier for you, or more proud.
Kazuma.
Oh. So you keep hold of that. Besides, I'm a prosecutor now. That armband would have no meaning for me.
Well, if you're sure. Thank you, my friend.
Talk to Dad for a good long time. I thought it yesterday, and I think it again today. This place is so princely.
It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow, too.
My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say?
Ah, look what we have here. It's an unexpected pleasure, I'm assuming.
Good.
Yes,
Talk to
hooray!
Daddy very slowly. Ah, Father! Ooh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely!
What a charming young lady. And you are? Ah, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, are you?
That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know.
Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I've read your work quite regularly, with much interest.
Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father. Let's not talk about the thing
Is
we're not going
that
to talk
so?
about.
Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining the bright look in your eyes.
Hee hee.
You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery after I twisted some arms. And I must say that it was a truly exemplary performance. Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you omitted by Kazuma on the end there.
Aw, can you do the history? That's kind of cute. Okay.
Aww.
Aww.
He is not sure of himself.
Even after
No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me.
I already knew Cosmo was impressive. Cute.
Really?
Aww.
You didn't miss a step against Hisoki, and we all know how capable he is.
I thought you were a dum-dum, but
Right.
but you held your own against a very smart man.
Really, to have matured into such a defined defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary. It's very kind of you to say so.
He's still such a humble boy.
Really nice to hear.
Aww. And Cosmo said he's so proud of him. He's so proud of him, and the armband is his now.
What I saw in court today confirmed what I'd been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo, I trust you haven't forgotten.
You haven't told me.
Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you?
But first, we have something to report, Father! Let's not talk about the favor!
Of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss the matters further?
Sure. We'll take a long fucking tea.
I wonder where Judge Jigoku has got to.
No, don't wonder. Let's talk to Mikotoba right now. Let's talk to Mikotoba at length, please. Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey?
I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge. Right, he didn't appear until after the case where the visiting students had already returned home. Lord Van Zeeks, who was in the dock today, that was Barak, the younger brother of Clint Van Zeeks, I believe.
That's right. And he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all of those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else.
I see. So what you're saying is there's been a professional killer at work here. You could say an assassin. Exactly. Somebody by the name of Asashin, in fact.
Good grief.
I beg your pardon. I'm pretty sure you just said assassin. Did you say Asashin?
Mm-hmm.
You mean that Giselle Bright woman who was responsible for killing my great friend?
You're big mad now. Wow.
He sure is.
Uh-oh. No,
Iris!
No, we're not going there, no. Oh, a friend of yours was killed!
Professor Mikotoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now.
Oh dear. Yeah.
Because the friend Professor talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's talk about Dr. Wilson's death!
Let's talk about it right in front of her. I've just remembered something. Dr. Wilson was murdered. I mean, biscuits. This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits.
That was rather out of the blue.
Let's talk about biscuits.
She's doing this deliberately.
That's great. I love it. I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some biscuits. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Aww. Oh, yes. You just tried to leave me behind.
See, they're leaving the room. Eat fast!
Yeah.
So that
so much now.
so that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she? Yes, that's right. And she's the author of all these adventure stories starring the great Detective Sholmes. But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see. Her father. Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University 4 years ago.
This is actually significant. We got an actual freaking... Actually, can you do history? We're getting an actual timeline and what's going on here. Okay. 4 years ago.
Eat. But he was murdered last year by Giselle Brett. Why? Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case. But it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father. Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not.
Damn.
But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner.
What the fuck? What? Oh ho 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 ho.
I'm not moving any more forward until you take a fucking bite. Your two characters are not in the room. Take a bite. So it could have been another Dr. Wilson, do you think? Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. That's what we thought, yes.
We're back with cinnamon biscuits and you're not allowed to eat lunch.
Oh, they smell delicious, Iris.
I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here, don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris. We really could have gotten a few more biscuits, though.
I haven't seen Judge Jigoku for a while, have you?
Guilty, ha ha ha.
That guilty is still ringing in my ears. No, now that you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore the Great Exhibition. I doubt it.
That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jigoku having once been in the dock himself?
Ah, yes, it was all tied up with that accursed trial. The closed trial of Kazuma's father. Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness's stand.
Oh, ho. Is that so, Jigoku? Oh, my.
He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged.
Cool.
Oh dear. Although, it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. Well, it was alright in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together.
Thank goodness.
Ah, yes, speaking of Seishiro. I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday.
Oh, what are we gonna use that for?
Please.
Oh, boy.
Aww. It's so cute!
It is so cute. It is so cute.
Oh, what a lovely picture, says Susato. It certainly seems to shout, "We've arrived in Britain!" Aww.
Oh boy.
That huge case is gonna be... None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we?
No. No, that's so true. Okay, I just gotta say, Mikotoba is not allowed to die. He's not allowed to die.
No.
Kazuma has no parents. Susato has one left.
So, you mentioned a favor you'd like to ask
Yeah,
me.
can we have that favor, please?
Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting. One way or another, it'll be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan.
I had a feeling he might say something like this.
Yeah, something like, hey, stop sticking your nose in all these places. You want me to do...
What? Father? What's the meaning of this?
Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense.
Yep, they need him. Oh, you mean?
The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer.
Mm-hmm. They want to recruit him back.
Ah, as soon as possible. Really quite urgently, in fact.
Oh. What's...
But
Oh?
I've not even been in London for a year yet.
Who do they need to defend over there right now?
I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs. That's a
Whoa.
big, lofty burden you're putting on his shoulders here.
Yeah, jeez. So, you'd be leaving then, Bruno? But then, what am I supposed to do, Father?
Yeah, what is she supposed to do, Father?
Yeah, Father.
You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant. Oh yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant. Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with his situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Susato,
Oh, God.
and I trust your judgment in this matter also.
Oh, don't tear them apart like this. I knew they were gonna do this. But I thought it was the other way around. I actually thought that Cosmo was gonna be like, well, I've solved what I came here to solve, and now I'm going back home. And then, but Yukon is like, well, I guess I'm gonna open up shop with Sholmes like I have been. But now they're pitting them against each other for Susato's hand as a judicial assistant.
Right? Susato, will you be my judicial assistant?
Oh, Naruhodo-san. Yes, of course but Susato-san.
A challenger
Yes.
approaches. It'd be
If
like,
there's anyone,
oh my god.
If there's anyone who has objections to this wedding of the defense lawyer and judicial assistant.
If anyone has ever played Tamagotchi Life, where you confess to somebody that already has someone who likes them, and then they like appear from like they just like you're like in the middle of the confession scene, and then suddenly it's like they just like walk in. That's what I'm imagining here. Like, but wait. Anyway,
Challenger.
yeah. Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. A hope, if I'm honest. But I won't force you.
No.
All I ask is that you consider it, and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes.
Let's up the stakes.
Yes. All right.
You won't leave? Will you, Runho? I mean, eventually.
Probably eventually. I mean, there's really only so long that they're gonna pay for me to be in Japan, so.
Aww.
I saw it hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Cosmo's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so... where does that leave me?
I am glad he's having a deep think about this.
Well, if you'll excuse me now. I need to telegram the government ministers and the Japanese police with this information about Asashin.
Of course, Father. Thank you.
I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson.
Oh, good. And please do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you.
I would be delighted. The best of luck for you tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you? Yes, I will. Going back home.
You know, Cosmo-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this.
Yes, no doubt. Of course, it's so obvious.
How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now?
Mr. Sholmes!
Helly, where have you been? Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question.
Curly.
I didn't notice you at all. No matter, no matter. No matter that no one paid attention to me. Anyway, to more pressing concerns, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, yes?
I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of much urgency.
To Japan, you mean?
Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who? My father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself. I see. Well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow.
He did not have a beard.
Wait, yeah, what the... I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes. There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see this is sent. Please never talk about my father again that way. What is it? It's a love letter. No questions at this time, if you please, Miss Usato. All we can do is pray that for once, my deduction is awry. I think your deductions are usually awry.
Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes? Which isn't exactly...
Now then! You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversations. No time at all.
So that's what joining us for tea meant.
I leave the sending of this in your hands then, my dear fellows. Don't read it whatsoever.
Wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh my god, this banana pants. He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace. Like he does.
And left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too.
Like he does. I must catch up with Father at the telegraph office at once. And I'll run and catch us a cab straight away.
Give me 1 second. You take a big mouthful while I'm 1 seconding. Okay. And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' beard bill. To be Mr. Sholmes' beard.
Okay, I need to just grab something from the table. Where?
Alright.
Wait, go back to the description of the prosecutor's office. It's become the workplace of Cosmo Sogi.
Uh-huh.
On the work.
I'm assuming that we're gonna go to the hospital bed. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna BRB real quick because I have to pee. So, this is like a super fast BRB.
Whee!
Fastest BRB concluded.
BRB.
Okay, we're going to see Mr. Vigil, I assume.
This is the ward where Mr. Vigil is brought, apparently.
Remember, you're everyone in this room now. Except for me. To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again.
Ah, the lawyer. Hello again. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil? Yes, thank you. Somewhat better.
Sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you'd obviously tried to forget.
The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. You just
Oh,
missed him.
we missed him.
Cosmo.
Oh, Cosmo beat us to it.
Cosmo. He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic.
Aww.
He was a good boy. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself.
Please, don't think like that.
Keeping it from my wife all these years, I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well. You mean about your dismissal? Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as his stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help.
So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then.
I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but it wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me. I swear it. I swear it's true. Oh, Mr. Vigil.
I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past this time, but take a bite. Eat.
I'm trying.
I know. If possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened? When we go out for the menorah lighting, I might actually need food, too.
I want to. I need to get all this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done.
No. Did you know that I'm a defense lawyer?
Did you know?
Did you know I'm a defense lawyer?
It's my badge now.
Mr. Vigil, would you mind casting your eyes over this?
My head.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's too much for him. It's too much for me seeing him swoon like that. Maybe I should lay off for the evidence for a while. I just wanted to show you my armband.
Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about.
Yeah, right. Details of the Reaper's marks, yes.
It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him.
You'd pretend to be the inspector and carry out the investigations on his behalf.
No, never! A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here. So that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident? Yes. He asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So, as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence. But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters. I mean, that was Iris. Whoops. You were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters. Ah, Susie, you read my mind so well.
She does do that.
Yes.
So you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud.
That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes. Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though. And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. As you know very well now. But the following day, they kept their word and released me.
Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however.
We had arranged to meet in the Fresno Street room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector. But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. It was at midnight on 17th June 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution.
But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it?
Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was. Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned. Interesting. A loophole.
I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct?
Yes, that's how we got them to the grave robbers, you see. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in Lowgate Cemetery just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. No! I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived.
So you mean the coffin contained...
Yes, I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery. Presumably there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long.
So in the early hours following the burial, someone dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free.
But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway.
Assuming?
What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder? I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asogi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working inside the prison. And that somebody was not me.
Obviously you knew the man then. The professor, I mean. Genshin Asogi.
Yes, I remember him well, in fact.
Would you mind telling us what you know?
Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, he called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity.
The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it?
It was a time of delicate diplomacy, when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. The man had less than a week in total. As I was a chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience.
What do you mean exactly?
He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day. Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible? I I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. Oh. Probably because he got Clint killed somehow.
Or,
he
like,
feels
couldn't-
like
or
yeah,
couldn't
he couldn't
protect him.
He couldn't protect him, essentially. Like, he couldn't save him.
Mm-hmm.
The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise.
Guilty.
That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something unusual.
Something unusual.
To
What?
be loved by anyone.
Mm-hmm.
The last will and testament of Kenji Nasogi.
Oh. What?
As I said, it was on the night following his trial after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand.
Ah, his last will and testament then, presumably.
As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back. But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh? Yes, that's true, but there were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see.
What sort of conditions?
Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception, his sword.
Really? He was allowed his things? That is unusual, certainly.
Very unusual. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy. But at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. Powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable. And what was the exception you mentioned to the personal effects he was allowed? His sword! That's the point. He wasn't permitted to... okay, fine. But that, I mean, that does make sense.
He was allowed his sword in prison.
He was allowed his sword. He didn't have a sword in prison, but he wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Specifically, no pens or paper. So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him. Yes, that was the long and short of it. I have no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back? Please, please, turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But you know it's against the rules, like a dead man cares. You're the only person who's seen, if you just agree to keep quiet. Alright then, what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. Maybe he bled onto it. No, it's a little bit too advanced for the forensics at the time.
How could a will be a weapon?
There's gonna be something in that will. We gotta get that will. That's gonna be the final piece of evidence we present. So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing and I let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without trace.
What? What do you mean, it vanished?
It would seem that isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will. I was the only person who saw Asogi's will, but
somehow it disappeared.
it was after Asogi's execution, which was actually an elaborate jailbreak. The warders gathered up Asogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see. Including the sword, not sure why they let him keep that. To poor Kazuma-sama.
And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean?
That's right. Though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming. It can't have disappeared completely. That doesn't quite make sense, though, does it? You said only you knew about it.
In what way?
Well, we'd understood that only Mr. Mitchell was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know how to look for it?
Oh, yes, you're right.
I really don't know how he knew, but it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as will. What he said was... the Asogi Papers. So Caden helped him escape.
Asogi Papers.
Really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened.
Your dismissal and the way you blocked it all out from your memory.
I've forgotten all this until today. Don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though. Not
Could be.
whatsoever.
Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful.
Can we go right back to Cosma? Be like, hey,
Right.
hey, did you know your dad had a will? Hey,
Mhm.
I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife, Evie, will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but we've got some conjugal visiting to have.
Right. We are going to fuck a lot. No, not at all. Thank you again. Sorry for banging your wife.
Well, we'll be leaving now. What? Wait, what?
Nothing.
What will become of you now? Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested.
I'm so sorry.
Don't be, please. This was all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come.
Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil.
Enjoy your life in prison, Mr. Vigil. Ah! Before you go, there's just one thing.
Oh, yes? What is it?
The Asogi Papers. I'd be very grateful if you make no mention of the things I told you about them.
Presumably for some good reason?
It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think.
I understand. Some sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder. Perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape. If there's anyone who might know more about the document that Cosmo's father left behind.
It would be Mr. Vigil's governor. Then we know precisely where he must go. Back to prison. Oh, that poor guy.
This poor guy. Alright.
This poor guy.
I'll see you later. Oh.
They're like, we're gonna go back to prison. I'm like,
Wrong prison.
wrong
Bye.
prison. Sorry, Zeeks. Bye. What? What was that? What?
I'm leaving.
I'm leaving first. Wait.
You're in prison.
Oh, back again, are you?
Yes. Hello.
I've heard all about your investigations. I read the report just now. You found him, eh? Vigil.
Yes. Luckily.
Well, anywho, the lady doesn't work here anymore, so your case is now to do with Barkley. I wouldn't like you to get the wrong idea about that.
Of course, yes. Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so...
Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop!
Aye, Kimmer. You can very well, so how about we handcuff Biscuit?
Oh, they really are like little handcuffs, and as hard as irons, too.
So, what's brought you down here today?
Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually.
The thing we were just sworn to secrecy about. You know?
Yeah.
Is it so?
I believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Isogi's cell.
Yeah, we're gonna come right back to this guy. Be like, so, BT dubs.
I think it's been called the Isogi Papers or something.
Wow. This is pretty harsh. Dino say, Gregson's death is not to do with things that might have happened at Barclay. Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not put her about with any relevant details.
Expressions changed completely. We're clearly onto something here.
Oh boy. That murderer's botched its execution, and the whole miserable escape. They were Barclay's darkest hour, eh? A shocking embarrassment.
Because a convict had a collaborator on the prison staff, you mean?
Aye, for shame. The coroner who confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Scythe. And my chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair.
But Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it.
The rascal wouldn't say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs?
Oh, how could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet. When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what happened, he was so despairing he jumped out of your office window, didn't he?
Happens all the time here. It's a depressing place to work. I didn't like to say, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. Do you not think he wouldn't have jumped from the shock of his crimes being exposed, eh? I do.
You wouldn't say otherwise, so would you?
Of course. I can't shun all responsibility myself. I shouldn't have let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anyone that kens what went on at the time now. With Gregson having been murdered and Dr. Scythe forbidden from having any visitors.
No visitors. Someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away.
Well, we're not going home empty-handed.
And I wouldn't have dreamed of sending you packing without. Kimmer, here, take a handcuff or two.
Oh, well, it would be rude to say no. Wouldn't want to become anemic.
I suppose if there's anybody who might still ken about what happened back then, it'd be that lass from the forensic division, Maria Gorey.
Maria Gorey?
Aye, Scythe's daughter.
Why?
She didn't have no more, just the one. But the wee bairns followed in her mam's footsteps. You didn't ever see her without a scalpel in her hand. She's a creepy one. Mildly necessary flashback. Oh, this is me again too.
Wasn't it? Oh.
I don't even remember.
Mama, what is this?
Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama?
Boy.
Dr. Sai's daughter, Maria Gorey. We could do with talking to her. So she's Dr. Sai's daughter, but her surname is Gorey?
Aye, there's some family history, I'm sure, but I didn't ken the ins and outs of it. Okay, so who was Scythe married to?
Who did she have a daughter with?
She grew up watching her mom working with the bodies of folk who died in strange circumstances, and decided to do the same with her own life. I can't understand it myself. I just like to execute prisoners.
Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother.
Perhaps. Anywho, She was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe.
Right in the corner responsible for this incomplete report.
Someone told me once that the wee lassie always loved her ma'am's stories about cutting up bodies. There's even a rumor that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby. Well, then perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago. I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us.
We really need to speak to Miss Gory herself about this, I think.
Anyway, I could barter. Could I barter?
Yeah,
Could I barter to trade her off to
I will
you?
take her.
It made sense for me to be her at the time because she was talking to her mom, but
Right. Well, thank you very much.
this is not just because of eating, but also because, you know, the
Yeah.
general balance of things here.
Has shifted a bit, yeah.
I'm no happy about any part of this. It took years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. Can you not give up on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions.
I'm sorry. I don't like dredging up these painful memories for anyone. For everyone.
Can you not just stay away, no? Leave me alone and dinna come back here, eh?
Nope, we're gonna talk about the Asogi papers.
How do you come to ken about that, laddie? Boot? There's no many folk even here in the prison who've heard of those papers.
Well, I can't tell. Mr. Vigil told me.
Little bird. I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir. Well, that's perfectly alright. I know exactly the 5 people who would know, so I'll just start shooting them all dead and we'll see what happens.
We've been led to believe that the papers are actually a last will and testament. Is that right? Professors, or rather, Genshin Asogi's.
Aye, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy.
My name is Naruhodo.
His name is Ryan.
Oh, is that the end of the silent treatment? But after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it?
Errors, no. You're off at half-cock there. I think you didn't get your facts straight.
I have a whole cock.
And he's not straight.
Yeah, I'm definitely not straight.
It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been.
Oh, not what we heard elsewhere.
Let me just have a wee hook. What the fuck?
These are fabricated.
You are fucking with him. This fabricated piece of evidence. There's not a fucking chance. Hey, here you are. See?
Last will and testament of Genshin Asogi, written with a calligraphy brush.
Of course, I cannot read a word of these Japanese squiggles. It's actually quite important that it's written in grass script because that is hard to read even if you study Japanese as a foreigner for many years, as I have. Handwritten grass script calligraphy is very difficult to read. But I mind it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland. Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it. Of course, Susato can read everything.
So these are the Asogi papers.
Aye, of course they are. Papers written by Asogi, Neidu to boot it. Okay, so is Jigoku. Jigoku wrote the papers.
Yeah.
There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot.
Yeah, I think that they're
Jigoku,
totally
right?
different.
After all the Stremesho, that's Leicester of an execution. We sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it. I think we ought to make a record of this, Naruhodo-san, just in case. It's a fake. It's a fake. We rotate it. One thing before you go on your way, Naruhodo. Oh.
On my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London to be delivered to my son Kazuma Asogi in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path.
thing.
Yes?
Those papers are not to do with Gregson's death. Don't you dare present them in court. I prefer if you didn't make no mention of them outside this office or other. I wouldn't just prefer it, consider it an order from the highest levels of our government. But I'm gonna show it to you anyway, haha.
I understand, but I'm going to use it as evidence in court,
There's
whether you like it or not.
Seriously, there's like a deep conspiracy to show him all the shit he needs to find out, all the shit he needs to find out. Cosma? Present the fucking will and testament!
Cosmo, what do you
Are
make
you
of this?
fucking serious?
No.
There's only one place where defense lawyers and prosecutors should discuss evidence. The courtroom. So it seems you're still confused by the situation. That's what I make of it.
I get the feeling my friend's always gonna have the edge over me, isn't he? Alright. Well... I don't think that there's anything to see here. So, actually...
Should we examine the board? There's nothing to examine on the whiteboard again? There's no board? I'm just double checking.
History of Lord Vanding's defeat in courtroom.
I don't think that's an appropriate description. Although when you consider everything on the board, it's certainly true. That all these people had a background of dubious dealing.
And in the end, of course, the board itself concealed in the inspector's own death.
Oh my, it really doesn't bear thinking about. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything else in here.
Have
we rotated all of our evidence?
Have we?
Hi, we're just gonna rotate our evidence in your prison, okay?
Greetings. Oh, maybe present the...
Also, first? Oh,
No.
Okay.
Present the will. Maybe. What's that?
Oh, it's just something I was hoping to ask your opinion about, that's all.
It's a serious crime for the defense to attempt to extract information from the prosecution by illegal means. Ooh.
I think we have more of a defense and client relationship now, don't we? Alright.
There's this photo of me. Look at how cute I am. I'm so cute.
I'm so cute.
I'm so cute.
Look at I am cute.
I'm very cute.
Yeah. So this is gonna be important somehow. There's nothing... I don't think that there's anything else. Okay, oh, sorry. I didn't mean to show that to you.
Crime.
Okay. Sholmes is sweet?
Thankfully, no.
No.
We're supposed to look for...
Like, go back to his office?
Nope.
No. Anyone else to talk to about anything? Well, we just finished with him. Do we present him anything? Ah, he's not. Cool. We're done with that.
What are
Maybe, so let's go back to him because we haven't actually, like...
Present the will to him?
Well, we have to, like, talk to him. Well, at least he seems on the on the mend.
You know, his disguise as Mr. Gossip was really quite disturbing, wasn't it?
Can't remember anything about it except for the floppy lip.
I imagine not even his wife would have recognized him.
Perhaps, but he really did... But did he really have to take it quite so far? That's it?
That's it. Okay. Are you sure we've asked everything we need to? Wait, go back.
Go back where?
Go back to the moving thing. The moving thing. Go to the prosecutor office.
Okay, so we have to ask him something.
Well, we presented you the will, but what do you?
So present other things.
Kazuma? I mean, we love to see you, but
Just in like. It's like a present shit to him.
mm-hmm. Oh! The Reaper. At last I get to take my revenge.
Kazuma. Revenzix isn't responsible for your father's death. This is a weird piece of evidence for this conversation to be on.
Weird.
And he's not the Reaper. He's a defendant and deserving of a fair trial.
You mean, like the one my father had? It's a closed trial now, too. The conditions are exactly as they were 10 years ago now. And even if it ruffles some feathers, I have a plan to show that man for what he really is.
Kazuma. I don't like that.
No,
Yeah.
don't like that at all. Don't like it at all. You make it the entire notice board, and you have nothing to say about that.
There we go. That's something that makes sense.
Okay.
This came up in the trial, didn't it? As something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report.
Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something.
Well, considering what the pocket watch, when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on the candle, it's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence and the scene both point to it.
To be honest, it bothered me too. So I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. Coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gori. I mean, that
Well,
was
it's
literally
on the
written
autopsy report.
If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner too. Of course. The last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery.
Lowgate Cemetery? Wait, Barclay Prison, you mean?
Yes, you're going back to the prison. Ah, you know it, do you?
Yeah.
The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life. Kazuma-sama.
Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today. Okay, bye!
So, presenting the will got us nowhere. Ryunosuke, I want to thank you.
What for? For leaving your office for like several hours and then coming back and showing you an autopsy report?
Yes, thanks for that.
You're welcome.
For this.
Well, what about your Hachimaki? Where did it go?
What about your love for me? You safeguarded the soul of the Asogi clan.
Well, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is that I never got a chance to draw it before I returned it to you.
Ah, you wanted to draw the sword. Karuma is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. Wow. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen.
Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say.
This blade, Karuma, is the symbol of the Asogi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for his surname.
Karuma.
Karuma.
Von Karma.
Karma's last bow. Took the blade's name for a surname.
One of his father's apprentices.
One of his father's apprentices.
Really? Karuma. Does sound formidable, that's for sure.
16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever at his side. Which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now, too.
Oh, he's so handsome when he smiles.
That is all thanks to you.
It was an honor. Okay, bye, I guess.
Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much.
No, you didn't say enough.
You didn't say enough, Kazuma.
Let me clear off this desk here. Susato, go home.
Susato-san, if you wouldn't mind.
Kazuma, you've changed.
No, Ryunosuke. I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed.
I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zeeks given what happened. But the fact is, those events in this case are, well...
Unrelated? Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure?
What do you mean?
Never mind. That man is the Reaper. And it's for that reason that the inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow, by whatever means necessary.
I can't let you do that, Kazuma.
I know you'll do what you have to as a lawyer. But I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom.
I would expect nothing less.
Until tomorrow, then, in the Old Bailey.
Kazuma! Ah!
Okay, that's just funny. That's just funny.
This place really is creepy, isn't it?
Well, I know how much Runo just loves creepy places. It's probably full of the spirits of the dissected. But actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room, the coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death.
Iris? Do you think we could change the subject?
You're so cute. Ooh.
What was that?
Dr. Gory? What? That noise before. It was sharpening, I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly keen edge on them. Right. When following the collagen fibers in the dermis, an expertly sharpened scalpel cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration?
No. Oh, yes, please. I'd love to see. No.
Then I think you'll do nicely. Huh? No. I wouldn't do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time. Was that a tut? Well, maybe we're here. We came here to ask questions, so. Okay, well, let's talk to her first. We have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember. You're not dead yet. What? So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that. Well, good. Dr. Seiss has some scruples, at least.
Oh, dear. It looks like she's not interested in talking to us, for the time being, anyway.
For the time being? You mean until we die? I hope that's way off. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen.
Present the autopsy report?
That's what I would... Did Kazuma take it? Hello?
Huh?
Oh no, it's here. Dr. Gory, we actually came here to ask you about this.
He was very good.
Good? Sorry?
His skin didn't snag my blade once. Very little mess. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with.
We can skip those details. But there is one thing about the report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded a time of death.
Whoa.
That's not my fault.
Wow. Jeez. Damn.
Oh, that made me jump.
Then please, tell us what happened.
So why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? It's really the most crucial detail.
I was told not to write it.
What? By whom?
Now Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice, he came here.
Lord Strongheart came?
He said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 p.m. on the 1st of November when the gunshot was heard.
But that's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it?
Dr. Gory, you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions. And sooner or later, you're going to go the same way as your mother.
Good point.
Give it here then.
Hmm?
She's gonna write it.
Scribbling so furiously.
Updated autopsy report.
There.
You've written...
Well, what's she written? Tell us!
Indeterminate.
Whoa. But... Wow.
What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate?
When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. So the time of death could easily have been concluded with when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy.
What discrepancy?
There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And that fish had started to rot.
What?
The victim liked fried fish. Presumably he liked to eat it before it went off.
Well, yes. You really... What are you really trying to say? It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death. Manipulate the... Is that even possible to do?
Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction.
Chill the body on ice.
And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time,
Then only the fish would have started to rot.
with today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not.
Today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems.
But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device. No, definitely not, but maybe in a factory or some other special places. I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. I wonder, if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow, what might the actual time of death have been?
I couldn't say for sure. But at the most, it might have been a day earlier.
No.
In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Naruhodo-san. That Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered at a different location.
Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility?
He simply said that there were no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity.
Oh yes, one other thing. It's something from the Governor of Barclay... Something the Governor of Barclay Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Scythe, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution.
The professor?
Apparently, you've always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her works, so... We were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago.
That's not all Mama did.
Sorry?
My Mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zieks as well.
Ooh! Ho ho ho! Ho ho ho!
What? Really? The brother of Lord Van Zieks, and she's already known to be someone who falsifies autopsy reports. The professor's final victim.
Clint Van Zieks is really alive and he sprung a Sogi from prison.
The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. But the detective in charge of the investigation insisted that it was miraculously authorized.
Wow. Yeah. That detective being Inspector Gregson, of course.
Quite an accomplishment for one man.
That autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event.
What does all this mean?
You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room.
Whoa.
The professor and Clint Van Zieks.
Wow.
They both spent their final moments before their burial on that dissection table there. So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events.
She really is proud of her mother. I wonder if you'd tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gory. Also, how old is she?
Yeah, how old is this girl? Lady, young woman?
Lady woman. 19!
Ugh.
The professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had been in attendance at Barclay Prison's execution chamber and signed the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama's the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her.
But the execution didn't actually take place.
No, and worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know.
Oh dear, you found out recently, you mean?
I believed in her, in Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her.
You mean because you admitted the time of death on this autopsy report? But that's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it.
Just like Mama. I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too.
Yes, that's my feeling as well.
There's no doubt there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well.
Big man with the little handcuffs, according to what he told us. He was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it.
Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing.
Just who was behind the jailbreak all those years ago. You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zieks.
It was at a time where carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual.
Still not a practice that's observed in our country even now.
It turned out that he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as a secondary assistant.
Can you history us?
The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson.
That's right, my daddy.
And there was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East.
Oh. Wait, a visiting student?
Mikotoba? Must have been my father, Eugene Mikotoba.
I had no idea Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important.
But the outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor.
Wow.
So that's how they came to identify Genshin Sogi as the infamous mass murderer. Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more?
Would you like to see the records for yourself?
Yes? What? Would that be alright?
What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them?
Thank you. I like her.
They're filed under V in the back of those cupboards with all the other records from the past decade.
Thank you.
Wow. Best girl.
I honestly like her better than Dr. Sae.
Totally.
Let's see, Van Zieks. That's strange.
They're all missing. What, Naruhodo-san?
They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zieks.
There must be.
Perhaps somebody took them away?
No one's allowed to take documents related to the professor's case out of this room. But you're right. They're gone.
Well, when was the last time someone looked at them? Do you remember?
It was... Oh, yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
A consulting detective came one day saying he'd like to see the records.
No. You don't mean.
Sherlock Sholmes was his name.
Deep down, I knew that was coming.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he stole the records?
Yep. Oh no. Surely not. Iris, that can't be right, can it?
Iris?
Oh. Bruno. I hope you don't mind, but...
What is it, Iris?
I've just remembered something very important I have to do. Haha. Toodles! I'm going to have to leave you now. Goodbye. Oh, this is very sudden, Iris. Well, we'll come with you then. Oh, no, there's no need. You and Bruno can take your time here. Bye for now, then. Good luck!
Wait a minute, little girl.
Me?
I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you?
Oh,
Have you, Iris?
Yes, 2 years ago when that detective came.
ooh.
You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too.
That's the way it usually works, yes.
Was I? I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry, but I must dash.
Wait, Iris!
I'll brew up a pot for you when you get home. Toodles!
What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden.
Oh boy.
Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either.
Maybe this is in the Hound of the Baskervilles and she knows it.
Mm-hmm.
It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun. But next time you come, I'd prefer it if you were ready for dissection.
I can't make any promises, sorry. It's a bit strange that the records of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy have disappeared. But I think we've asked all we came to ask now. Do we have, like, examine her? Let's have a closer look at this.
No.
Oh. Well, then again, let's not. Oh, so we can't actually talk to her.
Yeah. A prosecutor.
Oh no, there's
Oh,
a box
boy.
on the floor.
Oh boy. It's just a box though. Nothing could be. It's just
Containing
a box.
inside it. it's Van Zeek's one true enemy.
Box.
Police are still busily investigating here then.
But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she?
Yes, it has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out and investigating on her own, practicing what her boss taught her.
Well, I expect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait? Let's take a look at this box.
Actually, there's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't it?
We could always use the time to investigate more thoroughly. Let's look at the box. Examine the box. This is the stool.
The stool's broken. This little trunk wasn't here before, was it?
Do you think you could fit in that?
No.
Oh,
Kazuma, go home.
it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs. What if it's got the collar in it? There are some initials on the outside. Look. TG.
Tobias Gregson. Well, that's one of the policemen if they know how it came to be here. Whoa, wait, what do you think you're doing?
Gina. Wait.
Yeah.
What do you think you're doing? That's my trunk, that is. Hands off. Gina?
Where were you hiding?
I don't know. You leave something unattended for a few seconds and every Tom, Dick, and Harry's got his greedy eyes on it.
Just a wild guess, Gina, but
What? Spit out, Odo.
fair to say that you've only owned this trunk since this morning's trial.
What? What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes with me everywhere. Always has. Where you been the last year?
Try not to incur your wrath, mainly.
Trunk? Okay. Should hear them talking at the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying that it was the boss who killed all them bludgers.
Ah, you mean the whole Reaper thing?
Yeah. Apparently the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all them criminals what got off scot-free.
Yeah, the ones prosecuted by Lord Van Zeeks who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction.
Well then obviously, was that bloomin' Reaper giving the orders, wasn't it?
But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings?
There was a notebook hidden in his office.
Oh no, this doesn't sound good.
It had details about all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work.
What?
No. Did you see it, Gina? Did you see that notebook? They wouldn't flaming let me, cause I'm just an apprentice apparently. But it was me who found it. He was my boss. That's right. Was pretty miffed about it, so I sneaked a peek at what it said anyway. Oh?
That's Sargina. So you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you?
Way I see it, it's my right to read what he wrote. What had he written, Gina? He said the fish and chips at his favorite bar were off. Dates, times, places, names, a whole long list of them. All details about the bloodshed supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was a record of the inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities. Exactly. That's what I said. That's the first thing you'd think, right? As it happens, it was full of names I recognized anyway.
Well, the Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld.
Oh yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd.
At the end of the list, you mean?
Jigoku. Natsume. Pretty sure the date against it was 31st of October. The day before the inspector was found dead.
So, what was the odd name?
It wasn't like a name I've ever seen before. It was something like, Nah, it's no good. Can't remember it. Don't think it
Jigoku.
wasn't. Don't think it was English. But,
Jigoku.
Oh dear, what a pity. There was something else too. Don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over. Karuma. Sheen. Yeah. Sheen it was. Don't suppose it means anything, what? Ah.
Did you say Sheen?
What? It does mean something.
Lord Van Zeeks knew the name too. He mentioned her as well.
Didn't just mention her.
The woman who actually did the deeds.
He named her.
And now we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina?
Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating and all that. Lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened.
The day before? That would be the undercover investigation into the Red-Headed League, then.
Only the boss didn't go, did he? You found some code what was pretending to be him, didn't you, Odo?
Yes, it was Mr. Vigil who actually went to the park on Lime Street that day, posing as Gregson.
Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. Got me own ways of getting results. Toby! When me and my partner here get together, there's nothing we can't track down. Toby. Oh, little Toby. He's such a faithful friend.
So have you tracked anything down then?
What do you think, eh? Of course we have. Can't tell you though, police business, isn't it?
Ugh.
Anyway, the point is, if you lot ever need any help, don't come to me. You know what to turn to, right? Me and Nellhound here. Except don't turn to me right now.
Right, because he looks oh so hellish. Honest. Gina, about your hellhound there.
Whoop. Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's a pride of force, he is. Bork, bork. In Japanese, police dog means something quite different and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems, for a canine at least.
It should be. After all, in the Great Exhibition case the other day, it was Toby here who managed to locate Drebber's workshop.
Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what this super dog can do, eh?
Do you have something the Chief Inspector could catch a scent of, I wonder?
That's pretty advanced.
I wonder. Maybe the revolver?
Could be. We don't know whose that is. What is this?
Let's try.
Sure.
Take that!
Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this, no.
Probably not. Sniff. Fork. Chief Inspector said woof to that, Odo.
Yes, I heard.
I think perhaps that particular item didn't excite him very much. Have you got anything else?
I'll have to think.
Do we have to talk? No? Oh. We have to go through the whole entire thing? Yeah, okay. Alright, let's see here. This paper's a bit too intense for this, I think.
I don't know that we have anything else, really.
Yeah, I mean... You know, there's the wig.
Nothing really, like...
We know that it was Vigil who handled that. Maybe the wig, because it's still like...
Take that!
Nope.
Oh, wait!
Oh! Ah! Oh! Not nope. Oh?
Chief Inspector went to make short work of
Oh!
Oh!
Woof woof.
Sorry. Let's check the history there. He might be a little too keen, don't you think? And then, yeah. Ah, look what he's gone to.
Oh my, that trunk clearly still has a very strong scent of Inspector Gregson.
In other words, it must have belonged to him.
All right, it's a fair cop, I suppose.
And you nearly got away with it, too.
You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us? Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, wasn't it?
That's enough now then, Gina.
Eh?
I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk.
Got junk in it.
But what you gonna do with all that junk?
It wasn't like that. It just weren't.
What are you talking about?
I know what's going on through that head of yours, but that ain't what happened.
Then what did happen?
Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby have a whiff of the boss's overcoat. As soon as I done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich.
To a sandwich? Not to a bag of chips?
Mr. Naruhodo, I think Gina means the witness. Hey.
Yeah, that guy. Oh, I forgot about that sandwich.
Yeah, he had it in between them wooden boards of his, the boss's trunk.
You mean when they heard the sound of like a gunshot and all piled in there?
Exactly. He nabbed it from the scene. Goodness. Me and the chief inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling, and you know what he said?
My fashion good price, the shampoo is anymore, so, but that's all it is, nothing more, nothing less.
Would you add me the cheek of it, eh? Stealing the dead boss's stuff to floor?
So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime then.
How could they? So anyway, that's how it happened. And it's a pretty decent trunk, so I figured I might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that? Well...
Maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together.
Can we examine the trunk, please? I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? What are you on about? I am the police.
Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could we maybe examine it?
Yeah, all right then. Do what you want with it. Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence. Trunk. Rotate.
Rotating this evidence.
Ooh, has it got cut?
Let's have a look inside.
Ooh. Eh?
Look, there's something inside.
Really? There's
Boxes
something
contain things.
inside the box?
Inside the box.
Ooh, let's see. It appears to be a passport authorizing him to travel overseas.
Was Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad then?
He sure was. Perhaps the date of departure might tell us something. That was...
What is it?
It was for travel on October 31st, just one day before the incident.
What? Really?
Travel to France. Wasn't he going to take Gina, though?
Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered? Or was going to.
Mm-hmm. We can't check anything else out in here?
Oh, hello.
Hello.
There's a dark stain here, do you think?
Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood.
Ugh, I knew you were gonna say that. So presumably that means...
That this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. It's the most logical conclusion, yes.
I think Gina's been carrying this around with her. Didn't know any better, I suppose. The grease stain, it does look like grease stain from all the fish and chips.
What about this gash?
What about that gash? Yeah.
About the gash.
Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal, but, behind.
Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged. Whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force.
Wonder how it happened. Genshin Impact?
Genshin Impact.
May have been a Genshin Impact.
It's a Genshin Impact.
May or may not have been a Genshin
Master
Impact.
Swordsman.
Look, it may have been a Genshin Impact.
Grr.
What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively toward me all of a sudden?
Mr. Naruhodo, be careful. It must be the trunk. Whoa.
Oh my god, that's a lot of dark. That's a lot of work.
Toby, what are you doing? You're gonna lick his face off. Oh, that was a lick? Naruhodo-san, Naruhodo-san! Gina, quickly, hail a carriage. They have to take him to the hospital? What? What just happened?
I got attacked by a fucking dog.
Did he get his face bit off? What the? Oh, Naruhodo-san, are you alright?
Susato-san.
Ah, conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier. Most unseemly. What is or isn't seemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes. I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling?
I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? Ah, what's this on my head? A bandage?
Oh my god, did he actually? He's got a bandage on his head from being licked by a dog and then falling on his face. Sadly, we had no ice. So that's a compress of sugar water. Delicious.
Sugar water.
Don't worry, Naruhodo-san. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me.
Oh, thank you.
So let us take tea when you're feeling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup.
The bump on my head is throbbing sweetly, though. Don't worry.
Whenever you feel ready, then.
Mew. Mew. Unfortunately, it is time for us to find somebody to raid. Okay. Let's see. We are most likely going to have our next one on Thursday. Unless you want to do it tomorrow?
I don't think tomorrow.
No.
Let's see. Tuesday could be possible.
Tuesday could be possible.
We
Okay.
could consider Tuesday.
We're gonna try for Tuesday. Keep updated on our Discord if that is a thing. And yeah, we're gonna go ahead and raid this person. They're doing a Nuzlocke, so we love to see it. Yeah, keep up to date on our Discord, where we will be announcing when we do it. Probably Tuesday. Monday might be too soon. We probably will not be doing another stream today because my voice is shot. And yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Bye!